Alrighty. I believe we are live now. Wow. What a day. Oy. I took a fat nap this afternoon when I got back from work. And yeah, I kind of overslept a little bit, but it's okay. It's 11:21 right now, which means I'm going to be running on late stream. It's going to be for the people who are up very late, or maybe even people who are just in other parts of the world. That's all right. That is all right. Because it's okay. Today, we're just going to be continue working on our ASCII project manager. And I have some breakthroughs with the input this morning. And it turns out it was kind of a combination of doing it the simple way I had in mind. But that little thing we found the other day was indeed helpful. So, yeah, I'm very happy with that. I'm very happy that we got that stuff working. And I'm probably just going to do some pulling. If I can just go to CD to projects. Okay. Oh, I forgot. There's some I did this on my laptop, not on this machine, so I'm going to have to grab some work from something else. And I believe it's Task Manager. Sweet. So last time we had this whole... In fact, let's do this 2 times. We had this yeah. So we were trying to figure out how this character input stuff is going to work before, because if I can open up this real quick. We were looking at this example we found online and trying to understand why and how this works. And it's this thing that's multi-threaded, but it uses 3 threads to do this thing, and it has this data structure as well. And what I'm trying to understand is I believe it's meant to be a much more robust input handling system, for getting if there's multiple keys pressed within a given time, that kind of thing, which is cool and it's more robust. But for our applications, we don't even really need that. But it is, or was, important because it gave some critical things we need to do the thing we wanted to do, which is, hey, it's not good enough just to do get char in a separate thread. We kind of need to do these other TC set attributes things, which I would not have known or even known existed had I not ran across this. So the implementation that works on my branch is kind of a very basic fusion of this. So I'm going to actually do git stash. Perfect. We're going to pull origin. And that should have the work I did from this morning, which I woke up super early this morning at 3, and I was like, all right, we're just going to try cracking this out before I go to work. And you can see right here, 6:25 a.m. Input not get not works. So let's actually look at how it works now, and it's very, very simple. Very, very simple. So if you can go to main.c once more, you'll see we have a new include called termios. Actually, we have 2. We have p threads, and then we have termios. Okay. And then we have this new method, run input, and it does the thing, these set attribute stuff, and but now it does a simple just get char, and it just works, dude. It just runs. So if I were to run this right now, hopefully this just works. Actually, what am I quitting out of this? Why am I quitting out of this? Also, one second. I'm not sure if chat's loading. 1 second. Yeah, we're good. YouTube's been weird. The UI's been super finagly with me. So. What is this? It's gonna be a task management app. Let me first build it, and then we're gonna do run it. So it's going to be this like task management thing that's like basically like a Jira or some kind of Kanban board to manage the state of tasks for my personal game or for a bunch of projects I have. And I didn't want to have to use I did not wish to use whatchamacallit. I don't want to use like Jira or any of this other stuff, so we decided to make our own little project in C and have like this cool ASCII like fragment shader kind of pipeline thing going on here. And now I'm just kind of now I'm just kind of getting this more functional for a few weeks now. Just wondering if you have a schedule when to plan to stream. I always seem to miss you when you're live. It's all good, Bassa. No, usually it's very finagly, but the general gist is usually Monday, Wednesday, Friday evenings. Usually it's like 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. like usually like 8 or 7 p.m. Central Time in the U.S. But today after work, I was super tired, so I ended up falling asleep and waking up at like 10:50 or something, or 10:30. So it's a much later stream today, which it's all right. Late streams happen. We live with it. Yeah. That's just how the breaks, how it ran. How the breaks, I'm forgetting the term. Was it them's the breaks? Yeah, them's the breaks. I feel like I'm missing something here. Let me check my laptop because I think I'm missing something here. We have this, but we're missing our static S-last character. Yeah, we have this. Did I delete it by accident? No. S-last character equals get char. Okay, yeah. And then we reset our attribute, and then we do this. And then I believe in our application code there should be something very simple that says, hey, here's the last key. In fact, actually I'm gonna leave that as is. Making sure this builds correctly. Okay. Oh yeah, it's not gonna stay up there because I reset it every single frame. That's the thing, yeah, because the thing is I want to be able to do like immediate mode inputs. So like if I don't clear the frame, yeah, that's what we're doing in the application loop here. We set it to null over here, which is fine. But if I get rid of this, maybe even move. Oh, let's just build it. Hopefully. Yeah, you can see like last key is F, and then if I do A and we scroll up, last key was A. So okay, cool. So that's like proof that our input manager works, and now we're just clearing it so that when we check to see if this key is W, it just checks to see if it's W this specific frame. So that is the important takeaway right now, or the important goal of this. Because for this kind of application, all we need to know is, hey, is this down? Okay, let's move things around. So now we can start doing things like, I might notice that we have like these lists of projects here and there's some kind of cursor that exists. We can start actually manipulating this and being like, hey, we can actually like check to see if we press J or K, we move the cursor up or down to select one of the projects that are, in our directory, and load these bad boys. Yo, what's up, Kieran? Good to see you, man. Hey, everyone, just dropped a like and stuff. Thank you. I'm Allie. You're what? A friendly AI chatbot popping in to say hi and hang out. And yeah, Allie. Yeah, this is, I'm sorry. if you're actually AI. But I'm kind of not the biggest AI person, so yeah, I'm just gonna do a thing. Just don't worry about it. Just do. Oh, there's like no YouTube has like different terminology for this stuff, but say goodbye, guys. Nice PC, thank you, man. I'm glad you dig it. It's definitely enjoyable. Oh man. So sweet. So we have this functioning. There's two main things I want to do with this. One thing is I want to move this into its own dedicated header file, so that we can I can make it easy to work with. I might move it to an existing one, like the ANSI code stuff. Like that's kind of important, kind of helpful. Being able to be like, hey, along with the ANSI code we have for terminal stuff, we also have this. I almost feel tempted to put it in buffer as well, but I think it feels more relevant here. So I might rename this. All right, guys. Also, question. Important question. Do we stick to this fireplace, or do we want to put some music? Actually, I'm thinking. I'm not sure how I feel about it. We'll go by my... We're not going to vote today. No voting. No democracy. Just pure dictatorship. So, yeah, I want to move this into its own... into a more consolidated place. So I think we're just going to yoink... Yeah, we're going to yoink this. We're going to open up ANSI. We have our disabling and enabling cursor business that we're doing here. We are going to put our raw input, run input function here. And then within here, I'm going to move this char last key variable into this as well, because that should not have to be defined in the main loop. I'd forget to do that. And finally, I would like to move this whole initialization process to into a function. So we're gonna just yoink this. What are we gonna call this? Or like void, I don't know, what do we want to call this? Or do you even want to obscure this? Like this syntax is not that hard. It's just like 3 lines, really. Initialize the variable, define define p3, and then create the thread. I don't think it necessarily requires a function, so I think I might just keep it like that. Keep it simple. Or if we do, move it into like a run input function, but I don't know. The less indirection, the better, right? Okay, so we have these. So I guess it's now time to start working and implementing more about this project view thing. Because we have this area where we're drawing this function, and now we have the ability to actually manipulate data through the input. So I think we need to add some additional things, like, I don't know, maybe like a global cursor thing, but the context of a cursor is kind of specific to each view. I mean, there's project view and then there's something else, so I don't know. It might make sense just to keep it at this level. like cursor, what I have like a int3, right? Or int2. Wait, what do I have actually? Yeah, it's an int2. That's what I have. Yeah, we have int2 with capital I. Cursor position. Cool. So now we can like manipulate this, and all of a sudden application project view needs more than just this. It actually needs like a pointer. Oh my goodness. Well, what is this talk called? Where is the data for this? Yeah, type def struct application. So we need to have a pointer to application. And this is where we're going to be interacting with stuff. And then we can dereference our null pointer. Alright, let me catch up in chat, guys. Dead internet theory? I know, right? Dude, like the AI thing? She's still... It's like the weird euphemism they use for that. I thought I removed it. But no, I removed the message. Yeah. Okay, Ali should actually be gone now. Yeah, it's not ban, it's remove user from channel. Very different, YouTube. Well, are you building, bro? I'm building an ASCII project manager application for myself because I just don't want to build I don't want to use no corporate software. I want to make project management in the fun way, and there's like this whole thing. This is what I think of, right? This is what comes to my mind, which is like, let's open up Firefox. So there's like this sewage, Victorian era sewage plant. And when you think of a sewage plant, you're like, hey, that's got to be disgusting and like very brutalist and very dreary and drab or whatever. But then you look at it from this Victorian era, and it's like weirdly the most decadent thing you've ever seen. Like to the point where they even have like, it's a museum now. They're not using it. And that's like because people from that time were like, hey, it doesn't matter that this has like a practical function for society. Like this thing is new and it has an actual function, but we're also going to just try to make it go as hard as we possibly can, just for the reason of, hey, we want to take pride in everything we do. So why not make our sewage plant look decadent and fancy? It's performing something critical in society. Why not give something for the people who work there to see? Why not take pride in even the things that people don't regularly see on a day-to-day basis? And I like that. I like going hard on things that are minuscule or maybe not that important, or things that are often overlooked, like a project management software. Because I think if we keep just focusing on just practicality and not taking time to try imbuing beauty into the things we work with and the things we interact with, and even just normal everyday objects, we lose something kind of special. So in a weird way, this is like me trying to put stained glass windows within a sewage plant, like just making something innocuous, like a task management application that people don't care about that much, and turning into something that I think is good and makes me want to engage with it, and make it something that I think is very pretty and maybe even a little technically impressive, at least for me. Because it turns out trying to get terminals to behave very nicely is a task. So yeah, that's kind of the kick we're on right now with this. What's up, Prince Matamoros? Big 2025 is crazy work. Hey, man, someone's got to do it. In a good way. Thank you. Maji. I'm glad you dig it. I'm glad you dig the setup. So anyways, we have our application pointer. That's gonna break something over here as well, but it's okay. We can live with broken. Application. Or actually, I don't think we need to, because we have a... Do we make a static? Yeah, we have a static instance of S application, because I was like, I don't want to have to pass this as an input parameter for everything. So we actually kind of thought ahead a little bit. We can eschew the application pointer and instead focus upon this. So we have our... Yeah, so we're putting our cursor here. When in reality, we want to kind of program this. So, actually, I'm not going to move this from here. What I'm going to do is have this be here, but instead of being equal to 0, we're actually going to set it equal to s_application. S_application. I should really make a style guide and just stick to a style, because right now my code is so flip-floppity everywhere. And then session, no, not session actually. We just need cursor position equals .x. So if it's equal to current cursor position, we draw our little caret stick operator. And from there, we do whatnot. Let's actually also do our input control thing, where we check to see if s_last key, which I believe that is correct. Yep. S_. That's dumb though. I should really change. I need to make a style guide. We're gonna have to make a style guide. S_last key equals J. Or yeah, we're gonna support these because I'm not sure what cap we're working with here. We're gonna do s_application dot cursor position. Oh, we're gonna have to do our add. Yeah, what is our... I forgot. I'm so used to using operator overloading that I forget that the naming I've set for things. I2, yeah, add and I2, yeah. Yeah, we're gonna be changing this to be like I_2, I think. Because I don't believe there's no operator overloading in C, so you actually have to make them have a distinct name, not just a distinct signature, which is that's the one thing I don't like, but it's whatever. We work with it. So we're gonna do this is equal to I2 add, and we're gonna be adding this plus I2 underscore down perfect. What's going on? You did last key, not last key. Lassie key? I'll check. Oh, there's one. Yeah, good catch, Real Teal. I am no programming expert, but I recommend using double space as indentation. It is to make it readable in most text editors. You can check that out if you want. I'm good, dude. I don't like double space indentation. I've already been working with this for a long time. This is how I work at my job. That is how I've learned to format things and how I like reading it, so them's the breaks, man. I'm a man conformed by my habits, I guess. So we have this. We have our last key. So we check to see if it's J, and then we increment it down. And then we're going to be checking to see if we're doing K, which is going to move the key cursor up. And instead of add down, we're going to be doing up. Now let me make sure that this is doing things in the way that I imagine, but it actually doesn't. Because this is imagining a coordinate. It's in this coordinate space of the buffer though, so I think that's actually fine. I believe that's actually fine. This is a function though. Likewise with this. So, got this, this. It's probably gonna compile error, but we'll just work with it. And we also have to have some bounding to this as well, like some form of clamping. Like after all these operations, if this, we set this to like, I don't know, is there a math clamp in C math clamp? Does that exist to bind things within a certain value range? Why is there no clamp in math.h? Okay, that answers my question. That answers my question. So we'll just have to make like a. Do we have a math class? No, and it's already reserved math.h, right? So I guess we'll just make a math utilities. Or just do math utilities dot h, and then add some basic stuff there. So like I32, or I guess int. Yeah, it's the type we're using, clamp. And then we have like int value, int lower, int upper. Everything, of course, inclusive. All right, let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. Now it says last. Yep, I saw that, dude. Then you have Linux indentation at 8 spaces. Yep. Bumped into your live and sweet. Hello, everyone. Not sure if I know programming, but it's cool to watch while having lunch. Hey, I'm glad, man. Sometimes it's fun. It's fun to get exposed to programming just by, adjacency. I've learned a lot just by doing it that way. Yeah, there's probably some good math way of doing this, but right now I don't want to think about it. So we're just gonna do a simple if statement. So if lower, or if value is lower than lower, return lower. Like kind of smooth brain stuff. Sure, there's probably a math way to do this, but I just want to work on getting this happening first, and then we'll do the rest from there. So value is less than lower, and the value is greater than upper, and then finally return value otherwise. And I probably want to make a clamp 0, 1 as well, extension of this. Wait, for integer, there's no point in doing that. That's for a float. That'll be valuable for a float or something, but we're not doing that. Let's just add this to our math. So we have this utilities, And yeah, that's spelled correctly. Cool, and now we can go back to our other code and then do this clamping of like the number of directories in this directory info. So we can do was I or int underscore clamp I2, and we'd be grabbing this value, which honestly I should just kind of cache somewhere for readability purposes. So like current position, probably not a great name, but that's good enough. And then we can, I don't want to do it here though. Yep. We can't do the thing I have in mind, but yeah, because it's going to be, you know what? Actually, we can at least simplify this. Equals this. I mean, he's not really simplifying that much. Whatever, I'm gonna just leave it like this. And then we have our, so this is our value dot x, no dot y actually. And the value we're clamping it between is between 0, index 0, and yeah, dir underscore count. And that should just hopefully work. Alright, let's just see if this even compiles. Nope. Has no member named cursor position. You lie. Alright, let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. Hello, what's up, Adrian Campos? Lua has it? Well, I guess C and Lua are very different things. I can tell you that much, man. Ricardo, what's up, everyone? How's the task app going? It's going. I figured out input, which is like the big thing that scared me. And now we're going to try doing our first implementation using input so we can actually move the cursor for the project view. Very exciting stuff, dude. I'm super excited. Yeah, it is still river done. Yep. Cannot help with compiler programming, especially optimization pipeline. Oh no, if you want to do anything that's optimized or interesting or non-trivial, AI is not good. But I'm gonna try this stream to not go on an AI tangent like I feel like I go every single stream. So I'm just gonna take a deep breath. I'm gonna reel myself in. We're just gonna stay focused on just the thing we're working on. And see, using old CRT model, respect. SDL, now we're not doing any SDL. We're not doing an engine. We're doing just a project management software for myself so that managing tasks can be actually fun and not boring and not tied to corpo software. So, like, you never see Jira or ClickUp or Hack and Plan or anything have like a cool background with this fragment kind of shader pipeline infrastructure there. Like you don't see that. You just don't see that. So we're gonna have that because we can. We're gonna put stained glass windows in our sewage processing plant. Never had anything to do with programming, but I don't even know how YouTube's algorithm got me here, but I'm super confused and super intrigued at the same time. Well, Monkey Blackout, I'm glad to have you here, man. And hopefully, either you catch some stuff or you don't. Dude, it's perfectly fine just to hang out and just enjoy the vibe. That's just kind of what we're going for here. What are we sipping on tonight? Just more water. More water, Christian. I only sip on water. I had a little Capri Sun. Actually, no, we're gonna spice it up. I have a Capri Sun right here. When I want to have something a little different, something that hits a little harder than water. Vibe, man, sub. Thank you, Hex Studios. I appreciate it, man. Take programmer jobs. It's going to take some. It's going to take low-level programming jobs. Because I want it to get really low-level. I use C++ for my engine project. And C is especially like its own brand of fun. I almost want to use C over C++ because it's like there's just so much there that's going on in the C++ land, and I'm not saying it's all bad or anything. It's just it feels like extra levels of abstraction are creeping in, and I think that's nice about C is like, hey, no, you're actually just dealing with the actual, the hardware almost, right? Like you're dealing with this very low level. Like, yeah, there's, if you want to go lower, there's like assembly and whatnot, and you can do in assembly in this, but I'm not doing that. But yeah, no, there's something that feels much more raw about working with C and having to have this actual understanding of, hey, this is what you're doing to memory, and like you can't get away with just empty initializing things, because uninitialized data, you're just getting something off RAM, which may have a variety of different data at that field, which may produce a value that's too big. Like there's like a seg fault I was encountering the other day. I think I even mentioned on stream where it just was triggered by just not initializing a variable before I use it, because in C# land and other places it does that. Actually, I'm pretty sure C++ does that too. I'm not sure. I mean, it's supposed to be a superset of C, but either way, I like that we're just working directly with the metal, and that's just good. I like it. It's fun watching someone interesting. I'm glad, man. This Rust, bro? No, just C. We're just using C, dog. Which, by the way, guys, you heard that in that core utils rewrite in Rust that's supposed to be that's being thrown into Linux, that they found a vulnerability in it. Whoa, who'd have thought? Anyways, but yeah, okay, so we have our last key stuff working here. So we have compile errors, though. That's the thing we're dealing with, which is there's no cursor position being detected by our... Oh, and it's because I forgot... No, I didn't forget. Those are actually data fields. So let me make sure that in my application... Oh, it's in session data. Oh. This is going to get very verbose very quick. Okay, but it's going to be easy-ish to just correct. As underscore. Actually, what I'm going to do, I'm replacing cursor position with instead being session cursor position. I believe that should be correct. Let's see if this... Where is this, Oh, and I forget, yeah. This is not meant to be, That's like a owned type, not a pointer type, so we actually have to replace this with a period instead. Okay, and that should get rid of a few errors, and it did. Very nice. Incompatible types when assigning type int from type int. Assigning a type into from int. Oh. Are we... int clamp y dir. I'm fairly certain this is taking int values and returning an int value. Unless, oh, cursor position. Yeah, we just have to assign the x. That's fine. You can just do that. And then application cursor position, where is that happening? Has no member. Project view, 43. Yeah, there's somewhere else where we're just kind of encountering this issue. Okay, first of all, here, that's no bueno. I don't know why this didn't. Okay, that's okay. Okay, and there's one more error, which is, I believe, the pointer, line 43. So 43, say, right here. Yeah, so we're gonna do session data. Let's just see if this works. Oh yeah, I forgot, not data, it's just session. Perfect. Potter. Okay, let's just do task.out. Now, before we start, we're gonna do the same thing we been doing for a while, which is we're gonna make a poll, and we're gonna just ask, like, does it work first try? We're just gonna see, like, we're gonna see what you guys think. We're gonna see how much faith you have in me. Spoiler alert, I don't have faith in myself, so I'm not even confident it's gonna work the first time, but we're just gonna see what happens. And let me catch up in chat in the meantime. Kieran, interop with C is what makes CPP great. No other language comes close, not even Rust. Well, C is just a superset of C, or C++ is a superset of C. That's like the big thing. So, like, you can just write C in C++ files and, like, choose to use whatever features you want. Like, honestly, if I wanted to be super convenient, I could have just done this with C++, but then just use only C, except for maybe operator overloading for the vector types, but we committing, dude. VG. Morgan? I'm not sure where Morgan is. But, you know, people got lives. It's all good. I'm using C# for Unity right now. That's what I use normally, actually. Also, what's up, Phoenix? Where to read docs, C or C++, the official docs I made? I have no idea. I just Google docs, and then there's sometimes I get like the C++ Foundation stuff. Sometimes I get like Geeks to Geeks, which have pretty good, Geeks for Geeks, which is like pretty good documentation. I didn't mean to change it. I lost my mind, I guess. We shortened it, UO. It's all good. My king, are the cozy critters here right now? Yeah, not all accounted for, but we have quite a number here. How dare you say Rust has vulnerabilities? Hey, Renee, but guess what, guys? Even though there's vulnerabilities within the Rust core utils rewrite, even though there's vulnerabilities in the Rust core utils rewrite, at the very least, those vulnerabilities are memory saved, right, guys? Like, it's memory saved, guys. Hop to work. Who's going to work? To relax. I'm mad I forgot to come here. Ah, good. I'm tired though. I got work in 7 hours. Oh no, dude. That's tragic, dude. Taking my mental health and physical super serious alongside praying and meditating. Self-care is important. Yeah, dude. I have like this when this stream stuff started popping off, I started having this like Palantir. Not Palantir. Maybe it's more like the ring from Lord of the Rings, where it's like, you know, every time I go live, the number goes up, and the big numbers go bigger, and it's like, oh my goodness, there's like this monkey brain dope like thing of like wanting to just, hey, this is a function of how many times I stream a week. Let's just crank it. But I had to kind of step back and be like, all right, we're just gonna have my days where I do that, and the days where I don't, it's gonna be my day to actually, like, you know, like you mentioned, VG, you know, do my prayer and do some other like activities that are important, and, you know, maybe go to the library and read, and, you know, do spiritual stuff, like just like things that are not this. I need to take time, be out in the world, not do this, and do things that are important, so that when I come to this, I can enjoy it and not be like so fried on this. You guys really think it's gonna work, so we're gonna just run it too. Also, hey, Morgan is right here. Let's go, Morgan. What's going on, Morgan? We found the Morgan. Java is a mid-level language. Start there. Yeah, that's a pretty good place. I am a BI engineer graduate, but I only learned high-level languages, such as JavaScript. Oh no. Oh, my heart. Oh, that's not like high. That's like dynamically typed languages. I guess it is high-level languages. Yeah, it's Java, C#. That's a good starting point. It'll ease you into doing this kind of thing. All right, ladies and gentlemen. You said it's gonna work. First try. We're gonna find out right now. Oh my goodness. You people were right. It just worked first time. Look at that. We have our... Oh, I think I have to do like count -1, but that's okay. Our cursor's working. We have interactability in our application, dude. Oh my goodness. We could move a cursor. We could load a project. Like, miraculous. Splendid. Oh, joyous day. So splendid. Oh yeah. I'm liking that. Let's just commit where we at right now. Menu interactions browse Harry Potter. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we did a VG because I've stumbled onto a channel. I've delved down a rabbit hole. Thanks, man. I'm glad, Lev, you, Jeremy. I'm glad you got into a rabbit hole. I'm not sure what kind of rabbit hole. Maybe we should actually specify that because, I'm assuming you're talking about something tech related or, something like in that it piqued your curiosity and inspired you to go deeper. That's my assumption. But I actually don't know what you're saying. Like you could say, I stumbled upon a rabbit hole, and that rabbit hole could be crack. And then I'm just saying, oh, congratulations, I'm so happy for you. I'm assuming it's the good type of rabbit hole. So I'm glad it could be of good influence, hopefully. I never doubted you. I doubted myself every single time. I think that's part of the key. The key is to self-doubt so that, it's always the opposite of whatever I think. If I think it's going to work, it's not going to work. And when I don't think it's going to work, it works. It's like this whole thing. Coding, okay, I'm glad, dude. Game dev and coding, let's go, dude. Let's go. That's so freaking awesome, dude. Game deving and coding is so sick, dude. Okay. So we're going to be doing this thing a lot of being like, hey, we want to assign something here. We want to check these keys. So, do I want to add indirection to this? Do we want to add indirection for the sake of just ease? I think so, because checking inputs is going to be a common thing, I think. And having to do this whole shebang is going to be kind of annoying. Also, I'm curious if maybe I can just use lowercase and that would just work. Okay, so lowercase just works. Yeah, I think we're gonna just keep it simple because I don't think there's ever gonna be a case where I'm doing like shift. Yeah, so we're just gonna make life a little bit easier for ourselves. And then I think with this whole situation, I don't know, I think I might make like an add where we take in a pointer and just increment that instead of like, I feel almost inclined to make this a modifier thing where like the left-hand operator is the reference and then this is just a value type and we just add to it so that instead of having to assign it, we just do the imperative assignment. Instead of doing like these value type operations. Good things. What's going on, Target Lock? That's a sick name, dude. Does anyone know what he is making? Crying Morgan? Oh, man. Yeah, thank you, EG. But yeah, okay. So we have our input. We have this. And then we have to add contextual actions. Oh my goodness. I realized something. We have to figure out how to check for enter. Because enter is not an ASCII character. Like, C, enter key ASCII, or char value. Like, I just realized that that's not a, is it just a new line character? Key as a char in the C language. Okay, that's a good starting point. That's a good starting point. Is it just like new line? It might be like implementation specific. Instead, the enter key represents carriage return, and that is the same as R. Okay. So we're gonna have this whole additional thing of state transition. Is that actually gonna be the state transition? So okay, I have some ideas now of what we're gonna do with this. I have some ideas. Because it's going to mutate application and then dictate where we're transitioning to. Honestly, I should make this return type be, because we have this core application loop, right? But like it just stays static. It says, hey, you're in this current state and we're just going to do this stuff. What I'd want to do is actually make it be like, hey, we're gonna set the current state based off of like this function returns the state we should be going to. So if we're staying here, it's gonna keep returning project state. But if we're transitioning, we should actually assign it a different session state so that we may, next iteration, next frame, instead of going here, but instead it's like board view, it modifies application, and the next time around we come here and it goes, oh, we're actually in board view and we're gonna call this function instead. And then we can like kind of signal transitions that way. The only thing is I want to have additional information, like if something were to go wrong, like and return like an int value or something to indicate some kind of error state. So I may want to create like a struct just called like, I don't know, view or state response that encapsulates both like the target state we want to transition to as well as like a response code, so that if it's like an error state, then we do something with it. That's what I'm thinking. But maybe we can just do a thing or that exists in a static memory, and then if that encounters, we can, I don't know, do something. How many years of coding do you have? Oh, I don't have that. It's basically a program that will work and store data locally, which... Thank you, Morgan. Yeah, you got it. What's up, Jocelyn? Good to see ya. Hola. YouTube failing to notify me. Darn you, YouTube. I won't forgive you for doing this. Though today we're starting a little bit later, so it's okay. We're starting a little bit later. It's alright. The one thing that's weird is that this is going to be mutating application state as well, because like we're storing stuff within session data. Or I guess session data is just general thing. But yeah, it has like it has the cursor position, like a global cursor position, and then we have this application state. That's always good. Always good to have that. And what else am I gonna need? And I also want to add like a char pointer for loaded file. And this is going to be the current in project for board view. In fact, we even do some like briefs. Make it look very nice and formatted. And then this stuff we're gonna have to encapsulate, and not encapsulate, we're gonna have to deal with this in some kind of way. I might just implement my own data structure for the command stack and select object. I might do like a fixed size array buffer or something. Have it work that way. I'm not sure. I have to think about how we're gonna do this. Or maybe we just do a simple linked list and be like, that's it. I don't know. What's going on? The aesthetics is immaculate. Say this. Have a great stream. Thank you, Dr. DJ Roomba. Hope you have a good one, man. Is Cozy telling me he doesn't have years? Wait. Is Cozy telling me he don't have years and he's making us, nuking us with knowledge with such speed? Wait, what am I nuking? What war crime have I just committed? Oh man, thank you, VG. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, around 15 years. I don't know. It really depends on what you call experience, though, because it's like, does Game Maker count as experience? I guess so. That's actually where I first started doing shader programming. That's where my love of shader languages just emerged. I started there. It was like a little kernel, and then I stopped, and I went to Unity, and then I came back when I started doing HLSL again. So you have our loaded file. And then, okay, we're gonna make a response work this way. We're gonna go to application. Actually, no, that's project view. Yeah, we're gonna go to application, and then we're gonna go into this bad boy. And modify these signatures a little bit so that now they in return. We don't need this, do we? I'm getting rid of it. Getting rid of this guy. Actually, no. I'm thinking about making an imperative function version of this function. I'm not sure what I would call it though. Where we taking like pointer to int2, and then apply this modification to a. Did you call like add to? Because we're adding to the first value. And there's no returning because we're not going to construct anything, but instead we're going to be doing like a dot x plus equals b. Is that an operator in C? Like, I'm not sure anymore. I don't know how what features I could take for granted in C. And but yeah, we can just modify it like this, I believe, so that instead of having to do this whole redundant reassignment stuff, we can just do add to, and we only have to use one copy of this value. So like if we did our job correctly, if we do our job well, did I close it? No, project views right here. If we do our job well, instead of having to do this, we can instead do or no, I believe we have to do, or I think I have to pre-append it with this attribute, which it's one line shorter, so that's something. Where did I misspell application? Oh, probably in what line? 90. 90's right here. Oh, application. Okay, that should be good. No. Did I make it worse? Wait, what's... Oh, I did it here too. No. Okay, and it works. Beautiful. So the modification we did, this add to variant is actually gonna work. It's gonna work good. It's just gonna work good. And the added bonus is I can indent it back a little bit. So get one more level gone. And you know what? While we're doing this pointer business, we can do int pointer to cursor and have it be equal to application. Because we could just do that. And then we can just yoink all this stuff we got going on here. Yeah, like so. And we can replace s underscore application session cursor position with just cursor. I believe, right? Like we called it cursor? Yeah. And that should just work. And now all of a sudden this code is way more cleaner because we're just using, well, I don't have to do that. I can just, do I have to do that? Yeah, I have to do that. Is this gonna work the way I have it in mind? I'm actually not sure. Because this is a pointer to a struct, and then we're getting the field from there. So, do I not just get the address of that? Yeah, I think we just get the address of that and store it there. We're just gonna find out right now. Things can either go terribly wrong or terribly great. Also, wrong type. It's supposed to be int 2. Okay. What's going on here? To use, oh, because now every single time we access it, it's going to be a dereferencing because it's a pointer, which makes sense. It makes sense. But it means that I just can't just do, yeah, I can't do the things I normally would do. So anytime we do cursor dot something, that's wrong. It has to be cursor arrow key. Okay, has no parameter named int2, has no member called i2 up. What are you talking about, Willis? Too few parameters, functions, add to. Project view 22. What's going on in 22? Oh yeah, that's a thing. Okay, better. And then at 17, I'm sorry. Yeah, we don't need to do that. Okay, builds. Okay, it's seg faulted. It's seg faulted. Okay. It's seg faulted. What seg faulted? So anytime we input, yep, seg fault. Okay, I'm probably understanding this wrong. Let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. I want your address. What are you are you talking to me, VG? Get forklift certified, totally worth it. How's life going for you, being forklift certified Christian? What does the promised land look like? On fun, depending on where you work, use it. Let me catch up in chat. I'm trying to understand. I feel like I just walked into a room that was already mid-conversation. I'm just trying to catch up. Try to get a feel for it. 5K, 8K propane gas forklifts are super fun. Really? What's the difference? Is there like what's the significant difference between the 4K and 8K propane gas forklifts? Like you do donuts with the 8K version? Oh man, I need that keyboard. It's a good keyboard. Just go to the Vintage Fest. You can find it for cheapo. Core Dumped. Shout out to Jorge from Core Dump's channel. I've seen that Core Dump channel. I never watched it though. So we're gonna do something. We're gonna see. I want to see where exactly this is going wrong. So we're just gonna do GDB. Run. Yes. Okay. Ooh, okay. What's going on here? So that happens at project view 28. Not where I would have expected it actually. It happens here. Cursor X equals int clamp cursor Y. I don't know how to make this stop doing that. I don't know. Anyways, so we have cursor X, we have int clamp, we pass in cursor Y, 0, and then dir count. And that is throwing at some level. So the clamp function is not the problem, it's what we're passing in. Or I guess we're doing dereferencing something that is bad. So let's see what exactly goes on here. Let's actually try dereferencing something like int, no, not clamp, cursor X, and then B, cursor Y. And let's build it, GDB run it, run, yes. Okay, so the segmentation fault happens there. So I'm assuming I'm grabbing something I shouldn't be. See, I did this just to be very clever and make syntax a little bit easier to read. But now we're paying the piper. Piper. Let me see if I can just get rid of this. 1 second. A. Perfect. So clearly there's something awry going on here. When doing any kind of dereferencing. Which is weird because we're able to assign to this address. Fine, which means that I probably have a bad address, I think. Like that seems to be what is going on. Because if I don't do that, I do this instead, it's like, I don't know, it's built. Oh. Incompatible types initialization. Okay, yeah, so it's expecting. Wait, I'm wondering actually if I just do this. And then you run this bad boy. Yeah, and it's gonna happen in the same place. Okay. I am curious now. I'm incredibly curious. What's going on with VG? What happened with VG? Wait, what's going on with VG? Oh, so did someone join the Discord? My college teach us stuff from the 80s. I really don't think C is a good option to develop anything in 2025 except if it's your hobby. I would beg to differ. I mean, definitely not the most ideal thing, but there's still cases where you'd want to use C. especially if there's things where like you want to have very little abstraction between you and assembly, but like at embedded level and whatnot. What's going on? Hey, we have a new friend. Hello. Hello, Rogue ASCII. That's a pretty sick name. Hello. Make yourself cozy. But there's people who still use it. Like, I know Casey still uses it for some stuff, and other people who are doing engine things are doing it like that. Love to start today after seeing this live. Hey, Rogue ASCII. Never a bad time to start learning how to code, man. The only thing I'd advise is just have a goal in your mind. What do you want to do? If you want to make a game, let's start thinking about how you make a game. If you want to make, I don't know, do something with Arduino, do that. Sort of some robotic stuff. Start looking into that. Whatever you have, just make a goal, and then if you failed to get to that goal, at least you're going to learn something, and then maybe you can make a smaller goal next time. Oh, man. Yeah, like, Python is just a wrapper for C stuff. We won't be minding you, don't worry. I don't know. Camera went away. On the boat. Have you used a lot of C? Yeah, there's a lot of places where you still want to use, where C is a great option. And of course, like for learning, I think nothing's actually better than C or some C++. But the thing is, like, C++ has so many additional features that abstract away some of the basic stuff. I think if you're going to learn the basics, it's good to treat C++ like C. But we're going to see right now because we're running into a little issue here. Maybe it's because I'm assigning... Today's going to be a skill issue day. Oh, okay, so that was the issue. The issue is I was assigning the address here. Yeah, but it's already a pointer type to begin with, so there's no need to get the address, or to get the address. We just pass in the pointer. That's good to know. Okay, so now it just works. Beautiful. So now we have our nice, easy syntax. We kind of hide away this big dereferencing that happens there, and now this actually looks readable. If last key is equal to J or K, we do add to cursor I2 up and whatever. Beautiful. And then the last thing we need to do, the very last thing we need to do is if s underscore last key equals, and we're going to do our return type character. So if it equals return, that means we selected the current option, and we should set s underscore application session dot what state, or is it just application state? Actually, now that I think about it, like, is it just application? No, it's in session data. Yeah, because the session data is just the impermanent stuff. Yeah. Okay, so state. Actually, we're not going to assign it. We're just going to return it. What we really want to get is loaded file. And that's going to be equal to directories Actually, I just yoink this. And it's gonna be dir, and instead of I, we're gonna be using cursor.x, because that should actually map to index directly, so that's good. But it should be dereferenced, not just a normal like axis operator. And then we're gonna return a e board view, and that's a transition into this whole new view, which I believe, if this works, it's gonna produce a blank screen. So we go to this and we press enter. Nope, it's still doing the background. Okay, so maybe not that. So it's not the return type. If it's not that, maybe you have to add an additional conditional to cover just a new line character. Oh my goodness. New, yep. Oh brother. We're gonna have some issues here, guys. Because enter is... Okay, let's do something we know is gonna produce a character of some sort. Let's do space. So now we're gonna make it so we press space. That's like basically saying you're selecting something. Oh, so no, it actually might be working. I think... Okay, cool. So I'm gonna leave this as is, actually. Let's go inspect our... Because we didn't update board view, did we? So this might be returning 0 if it's defaulting to something. It might be doing a cast from the int to a enum type, and it might be just returning 0 actually. So if we go to here, yeah, it's just returning 0, so it's going back instead of returning return e board view. So we build this again, and we press enter. There we go. So we have our view. We have our view, dude. Let's freaking go. That's what I'm talking about. And this is gonna be where things start getting a little bit complicated, because this is where the complex things happen. Because entering to that view is not just enough. We need to actually do things here. Thank you, user. Yeah, is a great lang, very intuitive. Yeah, hoping to explore something more low level. Okay, Kalamata. Is that the right term? Yeah, you have the right idea. Low level, that's a good term to describe this. When I have a grasp of Python. Just know a bit of Rust. Other than that, I'm all Java, Python, and R guy. Hey, no shame in that game, man. No shame in that game. Yeah, Java, C# are mid-level. Start that before you go further down. Honestly, I feel like just go where your interest lies. Like whatever you find interesting, just do that. Like, there's some people who want to just dive deep into the low level and just get into the meats and potatoes and the gravy and the corn of this stuff. Like, and that's where the interest lies. Maybe it's not the end of the world to just start there. I don't know, I had a weird... Because I learned C in college, but then I kind of stopped, and then I do C# for work for a couple years, and then... Whatchamacallit? Andre. Welcome, Andre. It's good to have you here. It is a pleasure. To have ya. But, I think if you're interested in what you're doing, you're gonna go further. So as long as that's the thing, then I think you're fine. Yeah, but that was weird because I did C and then I did C# for a while, and then I started doing Rust, And I did that for like a year or two, and then I did C++ for like 2 weeks, and I got like the progress of my game engine that I worked on for like a year or two in Rust, off and on, done in like 2 weeks. And I was like, oh my god, this is crazy. And then now we're going back to our C stuff, and it's weird. It's like my enjoyment of programming is like, because even with the Rust stuff, even if like now I don't like agree with the paradigms or the borrow checker stuff, like it's still cool to be doing something that's unique, different, and seen as difficult at the time, and working with it. Sorry, drink my local Capri Sun. But yeah, at the end of the day, like coding is the best practice for coding. Okay, so we have loaded value. So we need to actually set this file here. We have to have like this, because we're going to be going from this transition of like project view to board view. And there's some things that have to happen once on this step here, the transition, like loading the file from disk and building out the structure of the board view, and then doing that. And honestly, I kind of want to do this asynchronously, because why not? We're already multi-threading for the input. We have a background thread for input. Why not just have like a background thread that is loading the contents from the file, and then that way it doesn't block main thread. So on main thread we can have like a loading bar that happens, or some kind of loading graphic that's like animated or something that indicates, hey, we're loading the project up, and then bam, it's there. Like that would be kind of cool. That would be kind of sick, actually. Oh my goodness. Let's not go crazy. But having this trigger is an important thing. So I think we have to have like some kind of data type of like, what was the last session? What was the input at the start of this? And then if it's different, we need to add like a flag to like, hey, we have to do initializations before you get any further here. But before I need to do that, let me actually set oh no, we actually set the char pointer there already, so we can actually start working on doing that. So I can cache, for example. You can have like an outer scope variable, e application state equals, and then something like this. And then, because I believe that's what it's called, right? Application, application state, yeah, it is. So we set our initial application state. We name it current state. Likely to be initialized to 0. So I don't think I have to actually. No, let's not assume. Oh wait, but we allocate this, don't we? Yeah. So I don't think I actually have to worry about that. But anyways, no, we do. Anyways, so then we set it to what is currently the value of the application. We do our switch statement, and then next time around, we have to have this understanding of, hey, was state triggered? Was state changed? And that's gonna be equal to was state changed is gonna be equal to current state versus, we're gonna compare this. So they're not equal, current state versus the current application state from the pointer. That means state was changed. And then in our side here for S application for board view, we can add a parameter that takes that in. So application board view, you're going to take a function of time for sure. You're also going to take in a was state changed int boolean value. That's going to indicate if we have to load the project or this frame, or if we're going to just let it rock as it normally is. And then there should be a function here, I believe. Or maybe I made a separate function somewhere else. Application create, free buffers. What's this function called? There we go. And I think we're gonna make a new file for board view if it doesn't exist already. It does not. So we're just gonna do board view.h. I'm gonna open up board view.h, and then we're just gonna put this function we've copied here and have all the implementation guts happen in this file. And it's gonna be expanded to be the whole thing. We're gonna do time, and then we're gonna do int was state changed. And that's going to indicate if we need to load stuff. And then there's additional things we have to do, like build session state from, or I guess load file, that'll be a better name. Load file. And then you actually have to have another one too of like void save file. There's going to be a bunch of things we're going to have to do within here, but one thing at a time, right? And then let's also add our board view file into main, which I think we're going to put it. Where are we doing this? Is it an application.h? Oh, maybe we're doing it. Oh, yeah, we're doing it here. Yeah, we're doing it here. Perfect, because these are like the sub modules that are dependent upon things. Perfect. Alright, let's just make sure this works, and then I'm going to read chat real quick. Ooh, it didn't work. Why didn't you work? Application state. I feel like I typed that up right? Unknown type. Okay, let's just check to see what kind of wrong I did. That is actually correct. Board. Why is this not no, I didn't mean to touch. Yeah, application run. Oh, it's an application run. No, that makes no sense. That's here. Okay, we'll deal with this in a second. Let me catch up in chat, guys. My bad. My bad. I thought this computer used to buy Dinosaur, and after Dinosaur vanished, this computer also vanished. Nope, we're alive, dude. Yeah, we're still living, dude. I'm building line by line. Yeah, dude, that's like the fun thing. Like, keep in mind, like, my day job, I'm like working with levels of abstraction, and you know, a lot of people say abstraction. Well, not me, a lot of people. A lot of people enjoy abstraction. There's a elite few who strongly dislike abstraction. Regardless, you know, for what we're doing, I'm like, all right, you know, maybe it's fine that we work with this abstraction, and I'm not going to worry. I'm not going to be salty about it. I learned from it, right? But there's something very nice to going to an application where the scope is very clearly defined, and just having this direct access to your machine, to hardware, and to like hardware, quote unquote. Yeah, like hardware, actually, like RAM and whatnot, but or memory or whatnot, but yeah, kind of, unless they're doing. Anyways, that and like dealing with the operating system directly, like there's something so fun about just cutting off all the fat and just doing, all right, what do we explicitly need to make this application happen? We don't need anything more than that. We're not including any additional libraries we don't need. We're not using like third-party packages or libraries or whatever. We're just using the stuff that, I mean, there's things that are needed, like the standard libraries, and there's stuff you just can't do without, and this is types for Endurant T and P threading. That's like operating system specific things that we kind of need. Or like the alternative would be like probably doing some assembly. But it's just something about just getting rid of all the things between you and like what's going on in the hardware. That's super fun and cool. Nice ABM. Thank you, ASCII. ASCII Julian. Nah, it's C, Solomon. We're working in glorious C. They should play uwu to people. This is what happens when you do too much coding. What are you talking about, Renee? Oh man, no LLM, no LLM. I am the LL. Well, yeah, I am the LLM. How can I start coding? Just start coding, dude. Just Google how to make a thing. If you want to make games, Google how to make a game and go from there. If you want to make a robot or something, Google how to do that. But games are always fun. It was joking, bro. Who was joking? His own tool to help was Dylan. Yep. Like, where can I start for AI or ML? I think you should just start learning how to code first, dude. I think you just start learning how to code. So, start there, man. You don't mind? Can I give you a MacBook? I'm good, dude. I'm happy living without a MacBook for right now. I appreciate it though. Yeah, code streams exist. They're a thing. They're a thing. I accidentally took a migration gig in manufacturing. Most of the apps was in Postgres and C. So much fun. That's sick, dude. Wait, so when you say it was in progress, because I read it as Postgre, but now I read it as progress. Do you mean like Postgre SQL, or are you talking like, is progress something else? Thank you. Yes, of course. Only for cozy. All right. Let's get some bugs fixed. Yeah, I appreciate the MacBook offer. Yeah, I've kind of lobotomed. I have like a nice laptop, like an Omen 14, but I installed Catchy OS and like did some weird stuff with the audio drivers, and now it's like, hey, this nice laptop, yeah, it's running Linux good, but you can't hear audio on it at all. And I'm like, all right, that's sick. And like, no matter how many different types of distributions I tried, none of them work. So I'm like, all right, we're gonna have to do something here. Either lobotomize it for the 16th time or something, or try adding what was it? It's not SOS, SOF again, and doing that manual installation for the drivers and firmware and topology, or we're gonna have to do something. You couldn't pay me to use Mac OS. S meaning in the start of the class names. Okay, RC, so this is the way I'm thinking about it. I'm not sure if it's actually standard. You know what we're gonna do? This is what we're gonna do actually. Real quick, because this is gonna be helpful for you. It's gonna be helpful for me. We're gonna make a style guide. Because I think we desperately need it. So, when you see this SX prefix, that it's indicating a global variable, or like a static variable. In my mind, they're just kind of the same, but just like a global scope variable. So for example, we go into when we go into here, this last key, it's nice because at a glance I know, oh, this is a publicly global variable. It's not owned by any structure or anything. It's just a value that exists in the global scope, and I can just access it whenever I want to. And if you take a little look or a little gander, you'll see, okay, I have to open the file. Another example is this s_application. It's a single instance that's exists globally. And if you look around here with an application, you'll find the global instance right about here. So that's what the S prefix means, is global or static. The E prefix indicates an enum type. So it lets me know that, hey, that this type that I'm dealing with is an enum. So for example, here when we do session data type and we do enum e application state, it's nice because when I access it, it's like, oh, I know by a glance that this is enum, and not like a normal variable. Then there's this E prefix, and that just indicates that, hey, that's an enum member. So that indicates, hey, this enum is this is a value that's tied to an enum. So when I go into my switch state, I'm like, oh, this is an enum this is an enum member. Before I had it like this, but then I don't know what this is. This can be an int value or it can be whatever, right? Like I don't know what that is. But by having this E prefix, I'm going, oh, that's a value from an enum. That's not a variable. That's the actual value type. So it makes it very easy for me to know at a glance what this is. So we have that. The thing I'm very inconsistent about is like capitalization, because in C, there's no private, public, protected, sealed. There's none of this business. So like, and this is stuff that's like indicated by capitalization, where like, I'll do a private, underscore variable, and then I'd have, for a public, it'd be just a variable. That's how you name it, to know that it's like a public variable. I'd actually style protected and private together, but that can vary. Like there's like these explicit conventions for indicating this, but because like there's not really that concept here, it's either global or not global. It's very weird how I'm styling it, and it's kind of very inconsistent. So I need to just make a hard, fast rule about struct members. I think the thing I would do is like local camel. It was a camel case. Camel casing for local variables. So like this, and then Pascal case struct members. Maybe I should just do that. And then like I should just do Pascal case for these variables, because like there's no concept of private, so why are we using that? I mean, it doesn't really matter because I have S to indicate, hey, this is a global thing. So like that's, anything after this is just the name. It doesn't really matter. I'm not getting any additional information from it, so I can technically format it however I want to. Naming convention. And then methods are going to be a whole thing too. Or functions. All right, let me catch up in chat real quick. Join, what language is this? We're using C, dude. Moist Portillo, we're doing some good old C. Thanks, of course, game dev. Max Cozy Achieve, good night, everyone. Catch y'all next one. You have a good one, Christian. Take care, man. For the global instance references. Of course, man. Prefix, not prefic. That's all right. That error builds character. It's amazing what you take for granted when you don't have an LSP running or something. I like the animal. Yeah, camels are cool, dude. A proper ID made prefix obsolete since 2012. Interesting. I'm learning C right now. I guess there's still a lot more I need to learn. Hey, there's a lot that we all need to learn, man. I'm still learning a lot. This morning was the first time I actually did my own like thread spawning in C, and I was like, oh, I feel like a big boy now. This is very weird, because I'm probably gonna do like pseudo, like if we were doing like pseudo method functions that are tied to a specific type, then we just do like type in like lowercase, and then function name, and then parameters in camel case. Okay, hopefully this gives some clarity on how I'm structuring my code loosely, or formatting my code. The error builds character. Exactly, Renee. It's cozy. I'm glad, Christopher. Variable spelled wrong. Okay. Spelling errors build character. It all builds characters. You know what it means. I know what it means. We'll live. Now, let's make sure this actually runs. Oh yeah, we're having this weird error where I don't know why this type isn't known in this function. I guess I can do a thing where we say, hey, this is actually an integer, actually, and just kind of coerce it to work. But I'm kind of curious as to why run is not working. Like why this? Oh, because I have to specify it's enum. I forgot. You have to do that in C, don't ya? Don't ya, Mr. Cam? There we go, and then we can run. And then we can select an object. And it works. It just works. 10% of the time, it works 100% of the time. So, cool. Now we know this is working. We have our application flow added. So let's just git add. Oh. Application flow. Yeah. Origin. And we're good to go there. Beautiful. So, why did I escape, why did I quit my NeoVim, or not my Vim session? So now we can start working on this board view thing, which is going to be kind of a big deal because there's going to be a lot more state information that's required. We also need to start architecting how we're going to do our undo redo stack, which is also going to be a fun thing. But I think before we do any of that, I think it'd be worth taking a look at this this file format we defined for ourselves and actually start thinking about what exactly is going to live within this file format. Like what exactly is going to live here? We already have the name based off the file. So we have to start defining things like what does a task look like? So I think we can do like a basic format of like name, or maybe start with ID, name, description. That's like the only things we really need to have there, right? And then like status as well. So an example would be like, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, implement pause menu, description that could be empty potentially, and then in fact I'm not even sure I'm gonna do description. I think we're just gonna stick with status name because that's like usually good enough for me. And then we have status, which is going to be enum type, which means it's going to be just an integer, I believe. That's how I'm going to do things. And it'll be like 0, 1, 2, or 3. And then maybe I might want to add like a prefix to the file. And this is how entries are going to look like in this file format. All of them being in varying states of progress, what have you. Yeah, I think that's how we're going to do things. Thanks, Morgan. I have a bazaar near me. I'll go look. Vintage tech fair, retro cons, some antique thrift stores. Yep, that's how we do it, Morgan. Goodwill is a good place. Do you recommend it? I recommend learning Vim Motions, which is like the way of interacting in a Vim way, but the Vim terminal itself, I wouldn't highly recommend it unless you really dig it. If you're using this primarily for like, big complex projects, then like you're probably gonna have to kind of build your own IDE with Vim through a bunch of plugins, which people enjoy doing that, and maybe there's like a case for it, because sometimes there's projects that are too big for normal IDEs, but I don't know, it's up to you. Delicious. Splendid water. Sorry guys, I have to hydrate a little bit. So I think we're just gonna keep the file format really simple. I think one thing I want to also prepend is gonna be like the application version number or the save file version, so that if we change this format later on, we can understand, hey, this is an older version of the file. Let's convert it from this to the other version or subsequent version. So yeah, so there's gonna be a version number prepend. So it'll be like version 0. Maybe like version 1. And that's how we're gonna format things. I think this works good. I think it keeps it very easy. Because the thing I want to make sure I have is that I want to keep it easy. If I want to manipulate or change this file, I can do it without having to use an editor. Like I'm going to be using this for the most part, but if I want to manually change something in the file itself, I can just go into the file and just manipulate the plain text. Beautiful. Oh, you know what? We're going to have to indicate the current latest version number as, you know what? We're going to have to do something here. Like, this is cool, but we're going to have to, because I actually want to populate this with actual content. So let's make a Vim project. We're going to call this project file schema, maybe. Project file definition. And then we're going to put this bad boy in here. Yep. So we can actually document this properly. Version number. And this would be latest ticket index. And then we have our like structure here. Like that, I think that's like the only metadata we're gonna have to have encoded into the project, because we're gonna use the file name as like the project name, so that's fine. The version's encoded there. Latest ticket number index is encoded there. And yeah, I think that's just where we go. I think we just start working from there, man. I think that's just what we do. Unless there's something else I haven't taken into account, but we're gonna cross that bridge when we get there, I guess. So we have our session data. Yeah, I think we're just gonna add stuff to session data directly, because I don't think we need a, like, it has data that we're already accustomed to, which is cursor position, and then we have, yeah, like the project selection thing is not that crazy of a thing. So we're gonna start adding our things here, like latest index, move this here. Latest index. We're gonna have to have our thing for oh, we have to declare a constant. Current file version number for backwards compatibility, because of course we're worrying about that right now. That's how we're going to ensure, like, hey, is our file in the correct format? Okay, so we're going to have this. We have our load file, the name that we're going to be loading the file from, the latest index. We're going to have our, yeah, that's I think that's everything we need to start working, at least. And then we're going to have some app substates. We also have to have things like current board. You know what? We're gonna have to do some stuff. Ew, buddy, we're gonna have to do some stuff. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna have to think about how we're gonna architect this. Okay. We're just gonna deal with this. That's your config file. That's like the we have a dot project extension, and that's what we're defining what the data is gonna look like in there, so that when we start writing the parser, it's just gonna work. Yeah, we're not gonna add an extra layer of encapsulation. We'll just add the relevant stuff here. Int current board, or current selected category. And then you have to start defining this struct type for a task, potentially. Or maybe we can just have, like, we can do like an array of structures, or structure of arrays, where we can have, like, I don't know, tasks, IDs, so an array of integers for task IDs. And then the thing is with this, we have to have like some kind of fixed size for a project for an array, which I don't like. I mean, you can realloc as need be, but I don't like that. Oh, you know what we can also do is have a thing for task counts for this file definition. That way we can, like, we can read how many tasks exist within this project, and then we can just like, this is the latest ticket index. Actually, that might be good enough. That's going to indicate like the total number of tasks that were created, even ones that are not necessarily relevant. Oh, we want to include some other things like date created. We'll deal with things. We'll just get to do this one thing at a time. So yeah, we can do like a fixed buffer thing and just make it ridiculously large, because I don't think I'm ever gonna have a project that has that many tasks, and then we can worry about making the sizing bigger later. And then we have to do the whole undo redo thing, so our command stack, which I am gonna have to think about how we're gonna modify this. Yeah, because we have to have one structure here that's gonna contain ownership of the data we're going to be saving, which in fact, this is session data. It's supposed to be volatile data, but we can actually move this into persistent data, because this is the data we want to be loading and saving. So this can be like the structured data type that contains the things that are needed. Yeah. So all the stuff regarding that is gonna be there. This is meant just to be like session application level data. This is gonna be the persistent stuff that needs to be saved. So we have our task IDs. We're gonna have our, I don't know, char pointer array. Task names. Yeah, just do it that way. Like, yeah, and then, oh gosh, actually, it might be better just to make this stuff pointers. So latest index, task ID array, a task names array, and then a category, yeah. So we have to have another enum as well. It's just general enum as well for the categories. Do I not have a category? No, I don't. E task state. And that's gonna be, there's gonna be to do, in progress, and completo Doritos. And then I wonder if C lets me explicitly enumerate these. I believe so. It'd be kind of weird if it doesn't. That way we can enforce that, hey, these values are going to be mapped this way. So we can do, in our save session here, we can do e task state pointer task states. That's pretty simple. And this is the data that's going to be serialized into our file for the most part. So it's just a matter of reading this. Persistent data. Yeah. So we have this. We have this, and now we can start implementing our like load and save functions, which now our load functions can actually be loading, producing this persistent data class or struct. So that's what it needs to produce. So we're going to make this be load file, and it's going to generate a persistent data struct, and we have to give it a char pointer for file nation, or file name actually. And then we have to learn how to open a file in C, because I haven't done that in forever and I completely forgot. So let's just look at how we open files in C, and then there's one more thing too, where it's like if, I think it's actually the only function we need to call here, where if was state changed, which I might change this to be like requires a init. That's a better description. We can do this whole thing of like, hey, application is going to be equal to load file, and then it's going to be s_application session dot, or maybe actually a pointer, let's see here, current loaded file. Okay, perfect. we're using this because I think since it's a pointer, it requires additional dereferencing. So I'm assuming that's just how it's going to work. We're going to find out though. And so this is what the parameter needs. And let's just return this for right now, just to see if it works. And then I'm gonna also check chat right now, guys, because I've been very bad about doing that. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, we're in a world of just bad things. Okay, so there's an easy one to fix. But let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. My bad. How long have you been using Vim? Okay, yeah. Old PC, that's your config file. Yep. Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't mention Kara, but yeah, it's a task management app for myself. In fact, !task. What's up, Baharath? Busy installing Microsoft Graph API in Terminal PowerShell. What's Microsoft's Graph API? Yeah, we're doing a TUI, Ezra. On the new Open TUI from Open Code. I don't know about it. I have no idea. I had no idea that's a thing. So I'm not informed enough to have an opinion. But any TUI is cool to me. But I should probably check it out. Open TUI from the Open Code. Is it like a ncurses kind of thing where it's like a TUI utility, or is it a framework, or? I'm curious. I would like to know more. Keyboard. Here you go. It's a classic Model M. Or is it gonna work? 'Cause I think I have to do keyboards. No, keyboard works. Yeah, there you go. So I was doing something, wasn't I? Yeah, building the board view. Because I had some bad data. Persistent. Okay. One last thing. So loaded file doesn't require dereference. And then load file requires a semicolon. So if we build it, no errors, and then we can just run it, hopefully. And I can select a project like this. And no errors, cool. That makes me very happy. Yeah, thank you, Renee. They use that keyboard to send to Voyager's update. Really? That's pretty sick, actually, man. That's pretty sick, dude. So basically, because I'm using this keyboard, I was there. Alright, now we have to do some things. We have to do something scary, guys, which is actually read documentation and learn. It's like the scariest thing you can ask a programmer to do. But we're going to have to do it. A file in C and read line by line. Yeah, perfect. Stack Overflow. Someone's doing their college homework. I remember doing this. Okay, your task is not to invent the line-by-line reading function, but just to read a line file. You may use a typical code snippet involving the getLine function. Okay. GNU source. Interesting. stdio.ih and then stdlib. Am I using stdlib? Okay. So these are the things that are initializing, and sist read. And then do fopen. with the read permission. Get line. Okay. Sick. Okay, let's start with this. The basics. And assuming that I have the correct, I'm pretty sure I have stdlib. Yeah, stdlib right there. Okay, we're good. So it's what, file pointer, and then, oh wait, they call it FP, of course. We have a char array of type line. It's initialized to null. And then size underscore t. If I'm gonna be going back and forth, I should just, okay, we're good. Length equals 0. SS size underscore t. I'm not sure what that means. Is it signed size? Is it like unsized? Unsigned size t, and there's like signed size t. Red, which is unassigned. And then you open your file pointer with fopen. We're gonna be passing in file name. And with the read permission of R. And then what else? And then you check for if it's null, but we're not going to do that. We're just going to let it segfault if it doesn't. Because if I made that issue, or that error, if I passed the wrong thing or whatever, I deserve what comes to me. I deserve whatever happens to me. And then we're going to do... let's do like a double parenthesis thing here. Pointer. No, address of line. Address of length. And then FP. Not equal to null, I'm assuming. So it can keep iterating until it becomes null. No, not equal to -1. Okay. So we're just gonna go line by line. And then printf line. Okay. So let's just see if this works. And then go from there. Or actually a line. Cool. Let's see if this works. It's probably not going to work because the directory I give it is probably not going to be where it assumes it's going to be, but we like to be a little optimistic. Yeah, here we go. task states. Oh, because that has to be... Yeah, I forgot. We have to... Applications. Yeah, we have to actually specify in here that this is enum value. So we're going to build it again. And then we're going to go to messy match into project. And it didn't segfault, but I don't think it called the function at all. Or maybe it iterated like once and that's it. Oh, the file is empty actually. Ooh. Okay, so let's actually do a dummy project. So we have... Let's just yoink this specification we've made for ourselves. Let's open up this, actually load, no. We're actually gonna put the thing here, yeah. And we're gonna load our project version number. latest ticket, and then just the data there. Save it, build, and then run. And then we're gonna select Messy Mansion. Nothing though. Okay. Oh, something actually, I think something did pop up, but I think it got cleared instant. No, this wouldn't clear. Oh no, it would clear. It's part of the luck, the loop. All right, let me catch up in chat, guys. Do you, bro? Do you use ChatGPT? Why not? I don't. Are you doing? I'm doing a task managing thing. Here you go. This is what I'm doing. This is basically like my own Jira for my managing my own, because this is not my main project. I'm working on a game or like a few games, and I have a need for managing the tasks I'm doing for the game, but I don't want to use any of the stuff I use for work. So it's a fun little distraction to just work and see and make my own project management software that looks pretty cool and rad and sick, and makes me actually want to use it. So that's what we're doing. I'm using Vim, Demiro. Yeah, I'm using Vim. Coming soon that he died for your sin. Is that a... Hey man, I am a Christian. I believe with that. So amen to that, dude. Always makes you a little sad though if it's not a person. That's all good. Yeah, I'm using Vim. I'm using Vim Motions. That's how we're doing stuff. Carpal tunnel. Honestly, not really carpal tunnel, but I've been having issues in my joints. I think it's from this keyboard specifically. Also, what's up, Anuska? Hey, finally, hey, what's going on, Anuska? It's been so long. But it's good to have you here again. Yeah, OS, here you go. That's what we're using right now. So, what are we doing, dude? Would you buy your mouse again? Yeah, I mean, the vertical one, it helps with the carpal tunnel. When I used to have a lot of issues with it, so it works very well. I would sure like to use the IBM one, but actually for this, I could actually use the IBM reasonably fine. It's just that, like, it feels actually kind of... I mean, the position of the hand is bad, but the buttons themselves actually feel really nice. But, the lack of a scroll wheel is very problematic for me. But yeah. If maybe some anti-inflammation gel might do some good, yeah. I mean, I went to sleep today with the ice pack on this hand, and it feels good now, so I'm not having issues with it, thankfully. But I was like kind of scared. I was like, oh my goodness, can I not go hard anymore on the keyboard? Is this like my athletes, like like athletes have to have that like there's like they say like at least in ballet they say a ballerina has like 2 deaths: the day they stop the day they stop dancing, and then the day they die. I was like, all right, because age catches up to all of us. But I was like, I thought programming is more resistant to that because you just type it on a keyboard. But I'm feeling this pain in my, not right now, but from this, and I'm like, all right, is this how this works? Is this my athlete like wear down thing that I have to be worried about? Oh no. But we're good. It feels good. Why are you asking that, dude? Don't do that here. This is ASMR for me as well. I'm glad, because I don't understand anything. Hey man, I don't think even programmers who look at this probably don't understand unless they get the full context of it. Now, there's a few like in the earlier streams who really, they at least at the very least knew what was going on within the function scope. Maybe not in the outer scope. I'm not fin. No, so Brian, I actually use a split keyboard normally. That's my normal thing I have. I use it over there, and I use it for others. Like, my streams are half and half that. The thing is that like I use that for work, So using this keyboard is actually like the treat. It's like the way of being like, hey, like we're gonna treat ourselves today. We're gonna use something that sounds very different. It's gonna wear down the hands a little bit, but it's funner to use and it's cool and sounds different too. It's like our my treat myself thing. Like, hey, today we get to use the IBM. I like my split keyboard. I've like customized it a bunch, but you know, sometimes you just gotta do something different, right? So you're reading line by line. And this is gonna be, we have to do like an index thing too. You have to do like an index to increment this. I mean, I'm not sure if this is what length. No, that's the size of the actual line we read. No, I need index equals 0. And then we can do index plus plus for each line we incrementally read through. And then we can assign different things based off that. Crazy. That's how we do. That's how we live life, class has. That's how we live our life. I guess so, with the finger keyboard stuff. Are you good, Brian McCullough? ASCII fair. Yeah, I get you. Some of that sounds haptic feedback. Totally get you. Sounds like dope stuff. Thank you, Brian. Yeah, you gotta have variety. I mean, you know, it's nice to have keyboards to swap between too. Like that's part of the reason why I use this, because it's so different than my normal day job peripherals. That's like, okay, this, I'm coding, but it doesn't feel anything like work for me. Supreme leader. Job market, cook for entry-level, yeah. Just started to learn C# and I remember watching my gramps do this kind of thing. Glad I found this channel. I'm glad, Brian. I'm glad you dig it, dude. Yeah, C# is fun. That's what I usually do for my day job, is just C#. And then for the game I'm working on, I'm usually using C# or maybe HLSL for the shader stuff, but it's nice to just do something in the land of C, the land of low level. And we're gonna do like a switch statement here. Oh, I moved my keyboard now. I'm like not. Yeah. Oh my goodness. All kinds of backwards. There we go. And then we can have case statements for 0. Case for 1. And then, like, this is gonna be the header data. And then below here is gonna be the actual task data. And does C have a default case? It should, right? Like it's, in the switch statement, C should just have, yeah, a default case. Okay, perfect. So yeah, so the actual task data is gonna be done within the default case. In which case we're gonna do like task field. We'll say it's gonna be equal to index minus 2 mod, like the number of parameters we have for this, which is going to be, I believe, what in our little file here, tasks typically have 1, 2, 3 fields. So mod 3, and then we could do another switch statement here. We could do another switch statement with our task field value. A nested switch, why not? Case, oh my goodness, 0, and then case 1, and case 2, And this is where we define our task data. And then what are we going to do here? So we're going to do a basic initialization of persistent data. It's going to be a value type that we're going to be using for sure. So we're going to be doing struct persistent data is going to be equal to this default initialization of it, and then we're going to be setting parameters from there. So like if I have the definition here, beautiful. We can do like latest index in the task IDs. So we're going to be setting the field of ID. Oh brother. So we actually have to have a int task index, which is going to be equal to index minus 2, and then we're just going to recycle that actually. Mod 3. No, this is actually going to be a little bit different, because for every 3 steps we take, that's going to be 1 index. So it's going to be like this divided by 3, and that's going to be your index into that field. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. I'm gonna have to think about this a little bit. Let me catch up in chat real quick. My bad, guys. Or toilet equals flushed. Catcoom. One day, maybe. Okay, are you avoiding me today? Because guess Brian is your new favorite now. So if I'm favorite, you don't have to agree. I knew Sky just looked away for a second. Okay, I looked away for a second. I didn't mean anything. Yeah, it's Ubuntu. What felt good? What's up, Melon? What I'm doing here, I'm a medical student in my 6th year, but I would love to know how to code. Yeah, coding's fun, dude. Coding is fun and empowering, especially if you want to, like, I remember like the first applications when I first started writing code in like middle school. I just used it to automate my homework. Like I legitimately used it to just because for a middle school they'd give you like a sheet of just a bunch of problems that are just very simple to kind of calculate. So it's not really testing if you have that knowledge, but rather it's testing, hey, are you capable? It's like reinforcing it. So it's very tedious work. And I was like, I'm not going to do that. So I just made a little C# script or program in dev C++ to just be like, hey, here are the parameters for this homework, and then solve each one. I mean, it's still manual because I had to type it in for each thing, but I didn't have to actually compute it. The computer computed it for me. No, I'm not streaming on that. Well, I'm using this, but like, I mean, what does it mean streaming from this monitor? Like, I'm streaming the output of this to Cord as well. You can do it, Nuska. You just got to figure out what you'd want to do, and then start working towards it. Or if you want to, you can just start like just doing tutorials, but you kind of run the risk of getting into tutorial hell. Have you said what project is, or you're keeping it a surprise? Oh, what project is? Like this one I'm working on, or like what this project management software is meant to help me with? It's not a surprise. It's either way, it's not a surprise. Like there's a game I'm working on, and I post like dev updates in the Discord here, but let me see if I can find some video. Yeah, there's a long-term game I'm working on in like Unity and C#, and this is how it looks like. So it's kind of mature in how much things are doing with it, but now it's to the point where there's a lot of tasks to manage, and I need to have some kind of central way of dealing with it, so I don't go crazy. Yeah, Yeah, this is in the game. Messy Mansion. This task management app is meant to help me manage, because we're not going to use Jira for that. Why would you use Jira for that? Shut it. Perish the thought. But yeah. Yeah, I have to think about how I'm going to allocate things here. I might just do the fixed buffer thing. Just do the fixed buffer. Why not? Just allocate a humongous amount of memory for this that's just not needed. Because why not? I don't know. It's kind of open right now. We're doing this, so like the other option would be having some kind of data structure for this, for the persistent data, where we kind of malloc each one on, like, we can do that thing where this is actually not an array of all these, but instead represents one single one, and then it would have like a pointer to struct persistent data pointer next, and just have like this linked list to make it super adaptable and resizable, so that, but I don't know. I mean, we could do that. Like, this is not a cache, like, it's not cache coherent, but also we're not doing an application that requires it that much. So it's like not the end of the world if I make it, this data be kind of everywhere. So I don't know, man. There's a lot of options here. Someone's comment, they mentioned chord instead of code. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I noticed that too. I was playing along with it as well. Also, the way you ignore chats, I do want to chord myself on it. No, don't, dude. That just became really dark. That just got really dark real quickly. That just there's an episode from The Office, from the IT crowd, and I kind of want to play it, but I also don't want to have this video be copyright struck. If else statements, genuinely curious. I mean, it's just more tidy. Like, I guess there's some performance because you're mapping memory differently. Not mapping memory, but you're mapping your jumps a little bit differently than you do with if else. And it's just for me, it's more cleanly because, like, I don't have to have, like, if I do an if statement, there's like you have to make a whole new scope for each thing. That's annoying. I don't know. I usually prefer switch case statements whenever I can. And it's easy to extend. So if I add any additional like fields to this data, I can just make another field and do that. So it makes life pretty easy. Though I want to get rid of some of these magic numbers. So I think I might do like a const int task data fields count, or I guess tasks fields count, and then have this be changed to and then casting a float, so like things don't get, so things just don't get truncated early in the process, because you might, I think that happens at some point, but maybe that's what we want. I don't know. We're just gonna add this for now. Melon eats go. What are you saying, Tom? Okay, bye. See ya, Revlaws. Hope you have a good one, man. You could be typing out absolute gibberish right now, and I'd still be watching like, okay, yes, what? Yes, why did he type? Yes, what did that mean? It's like that whole, like, what? The curtains are blue. What did the author mean by this? Yeah, we're here. We're not here for the actual, like I said, we're here for the cozy vibe, hopefully, and then the keyboard sounds, and then me being productive is just kind of a consequence, not necessarily the end goal, right? So what was I doing? Right. We're still debating how we're going to access things. And I'm also reworking this to be like task. Field. Count. Index -2. We're using that a lot though. Yeah, because we have to... Either way. So we have a iterator into each field. Cool. And... you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna make it easy for right now. We're not gonna do this whole... We're not gonna do like a linkless data structure or something. We're just gonna allocate a fixed buffer and say, hey, if you use more than that, maybe your project is too big for its own good and you should like start over. You know? Maybe we just say that. File for, okay. And then what are we gonna do? Task, buffer, size. And that's gonna be equal to like, I don't know, how many tasks can one man make? Like that's, let's do the math. So how much data is this gonna occupy? We have our persistent data. So how much does a single task take up? Integers, that's gonna be like 32 or 4 bytes. Task name, that's a char, that's also an integer, I believe, so that's gonna be 4 bytes as well. Task states, that's 4 bytes as well. So in memory, they're gonna take up about, what, 4, 8, 12 bytes per task, plus 1, but that's like negligible, really. All right, so 12 bytes of data total. And if we add like, let's allocate like, I don't know, 10,000, because I'm never gonna, hopefully never make a project that big. 10,000 tasks. Let's just get some perspective here, right? 4 bytes times 10,000. That's like 4 kilobytes, dude. That's just 40 kilobytes. That's like nothing. That's nothing. For 10,000 tasks, we can allocate 100,000, and that's gonna be 400 kilobytes. Oh my goodness, guys. We take up like half a megabyte of memory. Oh, how am I gonna have enough space for this in my 64 gigabyte RAM machine? We'll never recover from this. So like, yeah, I could do a data structure, but like, actually, no, we're just gonna allocate everything up front and just say, screw it. We use the bytes we have, and then go from there, because yeah, easy. Yeah, screw that. That's ridiculous. We're not gonna do, yeah. Task buffer size. Like, memory is so stupidly cheap. You can just, it's crazy how like, you can over-engineer a problem, or you can just like, hey, just allocate a humongous amount of memory that no one's feasibly gonna reach. And if they do, that's almost like user error at this point. Like, honestly, dude. Honestly. That's how I deal with my engine. I know how much data we need to operate. We're not gonna do any fancy data. No fancy data structures, or no, we're just gonna allocate the buffer. That's all you need, man. All right, let me catch up in chat real quick. Melon Chord Edition definitely sounds clean. Why is the chord is going, dude? Task field counts. I think you miss an S when using it. Fields count. Task fields count. I get it either way. Fields count. I don't know. Either way works for me. Not even half of like my memory, but it's not even like like 40 kilobytes. Let's just do the math. 40 kilobytes divided by what, 64 gigabytes? Like, it's so small, it requires scientific notation. That's like after the 6, there's 6 zeros. It's like 0.000000625% of my machine's RAM. Like, this is nothing. The memory footprint for just 100,000 tasks for this project file is nothing. Like, it's ridiculous how much memory we have. Like, even normal machines, like even if you have like an 8 gigabyte machine, it's still like, you require scientific notation. It's like, now it's 0.00005 or 0.00005% of your RAM. That's a requirement. That's ridiculous. So yeah, we're not gonna do no linked list. We're just gonna buffer it. Peter's gonna explode, bud. Best stop now. What was going on? Therefore, we have to ask questions to understand. What's going on? Peter Griffin. Why is Peter Griffin in the mix? My brother's having a hard time. It's been a minute since he's been inside the... Oh, is he... Wait, can you say he's like constipated? Fields count, but when you use it later on, your programming called... Oh, okay. Could be wrong. We'll find out. The compiler's going to tell us. The compiler will tell us, and we'll just deal with it. Recommend getting to get cracked in C and programming in general. I mean, this is very like, this is a whole... How about this? Because there's books and they give you information, and the value of the information is kind of like but I will say this, like, look at there's some videos that I think would be worth learning or watching. There's like data-oriented design, which is kind of what I'm doing, which is making, like, actually understanding your memory layout and then architecting your code to be like kind of very cache performant. There's that. Like, here's the thing, like, it's just a weird... Because, I bring this up. There's this book I have here. It's a design for reusable elements of reusable object-oriented software, and then there's another book I have here called Clean Architecture, and they're cool, and there's some things they mentioned there that is of value. But the thing is, like, you go from not using it and programming in a specific way, and then once you learn about it, you start using it everything and everywhere, and then, like, after that, you start realizing, hey, this is actually bad in a lot of places. And actually, a lot of this stuff is kind of concessions. Some of it's useful. But, like, there's some things where it's just like, this is actually kind of a concession, and you're, like, making your software worse. And then you start going back down here where it's like, I know when to use it now, but we're not going to use it all the time. So, like, recommending that stuff isn't like, hey, you're going to get better at software. You're going to be better at writing high-performing code doing that. You're probably not. It will give you some ideas on how to organize things differently, but assuming you already have a foundation in object-oriented programming and have done some coding stuff for a while, then this is good. This is a good video. There's another one. There's stuff from like Casey Moratori and Blow that are pretty good. Like, there's Clean Code, Bad Performance. That's a good video. That illustrates just how much of a performance penalty you pay for doing things the clean code way. The thing is, though, you can't escape it, because, like, if you work professionally in software, you're gonna have to work with other people, and by working with other people, you're gonna have to architect things in a way that may be suboptimal for like the actual design, like the shortest path between getting this feature to be perfect, because you have to like mitigate communication lines between people. So yeah, it's like a weird like, it's hard to describe it, but yeah, I think those are resources you can look at that'll make you a more rounded programmer. Yeah, there's like the pragmatic programmer. That's also pretty. There's some interesting stuff in that book. More like general things, not technical things. Yeah, and then if you want to go more in the weeds of it, there's like books about graphics and whatnot, but that's very different. We're leaving the realm of just like C. That's getting into learning about GPUs and how they work and whatnot. But yeah. Yeah, so we're gonna have a buffer of char pointers. On the catch up. Cozy Cabin Games has broke a bit of laws. What do you mean? You're wrong here. So basically, Cozy is supreme leader, and he is never wrong. He avoids people. Yes, but he never. Actually, like that. There's so much to unpack there, dude. What's going on, subsystem? The problem is that it depends where you're coming from. Like, what's your level right now? Yeah, that's an important distinction. That's a very important distinction, which is why, like, I hesitate. Because if you're starting out, you have to learn just the basic stuff. Like, if you don't know nothing about nothing, then like, and you want to get good at C, that's like your prerogative. Then like, first you're gonna start with C, and you have to learn about, what data types are, very basic, and what primitives and what functions are, and what indirections. And then once you get cool with that, you're gonna move to working with pointers, and then you have to start learning about how memory's allocated. When do you allocate on the stack versus allocating on the heap, that sort of thing. And then once you have those foundations, you can start learning about data structures and algorithms. And then ideally you wouldn't just do it by itself. You'd actually try applying it for like a project, but it's a whole thing, dude. You're not going to learn design patterns before learning basics. Yeah, that's 100% a good thing to call out, subsystem. Hey, Cozy, what's up, Arun? Dr. Jam at pointers. Love me my pointers. As a novice in C++ and C#, I find it easier to read code now, but still difficult to write it from scratch. Any tips? Should I just keep messing around until it clicks? Oh, dude. Yeah, part of it's gonna be dude. Like, when we say writing it from scratch, are you saying like, hey, when given a problem or like a goal, you like, is it hard, or do you blank out with trying to make a solution to try to tackle it? Because if so, you can start with something very simple, like a task management thing, or not task management, like a choose your own adventure thing, right? And start learning about, like how you can like functionally decompose a problem. What's up, Palak? Try not to melt my fragile little mind. It's okay, Brian. I was there as a kid before. We all start somewhere, man. Just started working with pointers last week. I got recursion coming up through. I'm not excited for that. Recursion's fun. There's a lot of places where you have to use recursion, and it just makes more sense. Like, there's a lot of places where it makes more intuitive sense to use recursion than it does to make do things iteratively. Like, it's weird because like people are like most people wanted. How should I say it? Like, I feel like most people are very like doing things in like a for loop in an iterative way, and then recursion just feels like this weird icky thing. But then you start encountering some problems where it's like, oh my goodness, recursion actually is easier to deal with than trying to architect this iteratively. And then you have this other level where it's like, oh, it's more intuitive for me to do it recursively, but then it's actually faster to do it iteratively. So like for this, I made a game called Crimson. Well, I haven't finished the game, Crimson Crown, but it's a game that's like a dungeon crawler. And part of it is that I procedurally generate these dungeons with pathways that you go to. So it's not just like random blocks it's like an actual relational graph that shows like how rooms connect to each other. And there's some rooms that are in purple, which are side rooms that go off the main path. And this is done recursively. And it makes way more sense mentally for me to just deal with it in the recursive manner than like doing it iteratively. So like definitely important to learn. It's gonna be one of those things where like it's this cost where it's like, okay, it's gonna be hard until it clicks, and then once it clicks, you're just over the hill, and it's like, oh, I can just see how we do this everywhere. What is going on in the Discord? Hopefully it's not another thing. Oh my goodness, it's just people talking. I thought it was like another bot raid, but no, I just click and I'm like, oh, it's just people talking, and there's no bots, there's no naked stuff. It's just people chatting. Oh wow, that's actually, Melon, why are you doing this? I'm cool if you do stuff like that, and like, I don't know, channels that are more about focus, I like keeping them focused, but yeah, like that was just a pleasant surprise. I was like, oh my goodness, we're not being raided. I'm still like very nervous about that kind of thing when I start hearing the Discord pinging a little too much. Oh man. Thank you so much for the example and explanation. Well, I don't think I did that much. I feel like there's still so much to cover, but hopefully that helps you out, RX Faction. Problem is supposedly a grown-ass man, so it's been weird. Problem is supposedly a grown-ass man, so it's been weird. One hand, I can sit down for longer and have motivation, just need better learning resources than Unity Pathways. Need to know how and why. Unity Pathways? What is Unity Pathways? But yeah, I will say that that's like there's this whole thing called cognitive load theory, and there's a thing you go through called germane load that kind of affects how you learn and integrate new knowledge the older you get. So it doesn't mean it's like impossible. It just means there's like a higher cost for integration. But the best way to mitigate that is like using analogies to help tie this into something that you can't understand. Like taking something you understand already and then use that to like tie it in mentally for you. So like the simplest idea is like, hey, I know how to drive a car, and there's a lot of overlaps with like learning how to drive, I don't know, maybe a forklift or a truck. There's a lot of overlap. There's a brake pedal, and there's a way to gas, and there's like this concept of changing gears, and the steering wheel behaves the way you expect it to. So these two schemas have a lot of overlap, so it's very easy for your brain to kind of connect it without having to even because you have this reference point of a car to act as like a metaphor for this. And like even when we start going to more extreme things that are different, like maybe driving a motorcycle, like you still have this basic schema of a car, knowing that a car has like a way of steering and has gas and brake and gears and stuff like that. And even though it's a little presented differently, you still use that metaphor here. But it's the same thing with coding. Like if you can find metaphors in your mind to connect it to, it helps reduce that load of onboarding, integrating that knowledge. In the same way, it connects to other things. Like when I do music composition and production, weirdly enough, programming has principles of structure that kind of tie there as well. And I'm like, oh my goodness, this is all connected. And then music and art have a lot of overlaps, and there's a lot of tension. Like there's a lot of ideas that are actually connected if you think about it. And all of a sudden, the intuitions from art kind of translate to music in a weird way. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Okay, so now we've done this. So which means we have a direct index we're going to be going into, which means that because we have a direct index to access, we can actually just in here go into persistent data. Data. We can just access, I don't know. I should actually simplify the names of these fields if I'm going to do it like this. Application.h. Or is persistent? I know you're here somewhere. Yeah, here we go. I might simplify this from like task IDs, task names, task states. So it feels a little redundant. I might just simplify it, just be like, hey, IDs. Maybe not names, but like, I guess names. States. And just have it organized like this. So now I can just do IDs and then index with task. Yeah, task index. Equals, and then we have to find a way to convert this to an integer. And then we have to change. You know what, we can even have, if we want to be even more fancy, we can make it enum for the fields of our data. And just do it that way. Like we can make enum task fields. And be like name equals 0. And then we can have actually, how are we mapping this? ID is first, actually. EID equals 0, 1, state equals 2, and then we can use EID and then ename and then ID, name, and state. And then this is going to be a char array, so we can actually just set this to be equal to line. This, we have to figure out how to do that. There's probably something in the standard library at some level. Let's open up Firefox. Actually. String to int nc. Okay. Oh, a toy. No, stir to taking a liking and stir to num. Interesting. I regularly pattern the following in code. A toy s. Stir to, I don't know if that's L or I. What are you? Okay, interprets an integer value in a byte string pointed to by string. So what's the parameters here? Const char pointer. I don't know, I kind of like this atoy method this guy pointed out here. If it works as you expect it to, then screw it. I'll just do some atoy. Just call it a day. here a little bit. And we have to read this stuff too, which is going to be easy because we have to do s_application, and then session data. I believe this is why this is there, and then this will be like what? Actually, this reads the current version. So, okay, so this is gonna be the version. Okay, it's actually define more stuff here. Enum file file header, and then it's gonna be the file header is version number and then last ID, I believe. So version and then last ID. And of course the E prefix for these bad boys. Okay, and then we have E version number and then E last index, I believe. Or no, last ID. Which is essentially last index, really. They're essentially going to be tied to each other. Okay, let me catch up in chat real quick. Is looking so hot today. Anuska. Nightbot really puts in work, man. Also, a good thing for you learning path is to have intrinsic motivation to what you're doing. Don't learn programming if you only want a job. Don't learn guitar if you want to be famous. Love doing it. Yeah, 100% subsystem. That's 100%. Like, you have to have interest in it. Like, even for people who want to just get a job, like if you can't find anything intrinsically interesting about programming, then let's say everything goes good and you get a job, how are you going to keep it if you're not like learning and growing on your, like not only at work, but you probably have to do this in your own personal time, right? Like that's how you get better. There's a lot of things you can't learn to get better while just doing it at work. So you have to have some intrinsic motivation to keep growing at it. Totally. I'm wanting to make VR games purely for me and mates because we want to play those kinds of games and have stuff in them that we enjoy. And let's be honest, including friends into games is pretty sick. That's all. I actually had a friend who was doing that, where he made a bunch of like games and did this whole networking thing, but like it wasn't for a product or to release it or anything. It was just for him, for his group of 4 friends, and it was cool because like, it's made for them, which is pretty rad. And that's an experience they're only gonna have. Yeah, I actually want to get back into, because I do VR for my day job, so I kind of feel very jaded towards VR. But Steam announced that whole new. Let me pull it up. The whole new suite of things, right? Like they announced the Steam machine. No. See, and then the Steam frame, which is like this headset thing, which is pretty. No, I want to see the original from the horse's mouth, not IGN, from Valve. What does it take for a man to find Valve's initial announcement? There we go.
Hey everyone, this is Steam Deck. Steam Deck is our powerful.
Yeah, I have one of those. They're sick. I love Steam Deck. It's like the only way I actually really play games, because I can't play games anymore on my desktop. Because like this is, for me, is just work. When I'm on this setup here, I just want to work on stuff. This is the one device I have that does not have a development setup of some sort. So they have they announced Steam controller, which looks cool, and I kind of want to get one now. But then they announced the Steam machine, which is pretty rad. It looks really sick. It reminds me of the Next machine. Yeah, the Next computer. No, not that. Next, yeah, these computers. Before they got bought out by Apple. but it's way smaller and it's really cool looking actually. But they announced the Steam frame, which looks interesting, and it's probably the only thing that would make me want to get into VR development for personal projects or reasons. But yeah, I guess we shall see though. We shall see. Exciting times though. I'm loving what Valve is doing. Getting into the hardware space and making Linux great. What's DN? It's just for us. Yeah. I knew it was i3. Of course, subsystem. We were using peak i3. i3 peak. Help. Anyways, what happened, Melon? It's a Gabe cube. That's such a good way. That's a good term, RC. The Gabe cube. Bro's addicted to work, so he doesn't want dev set up on PC, so he can make a game. Yeah, I know. I'm like on my laptop or on my Steam Deck. I had to fight the urge for so long to add like an IDE and set up Git and turn it into like a work machine, because it has a KDE desktop environment. You can just do that. I had to fight it. I had to fight so hard to not do that and just use it as this is supposed to be a device of fun, not work. So I ended up getting a laptop to do that. Like this morning, we figured out the input handling stuff in bed on that laptop. So I'm like, all right. I kind of escaped it. I kind of didn't though. Either way, it's fine. Yeah, we have our header definitions here. It's so cool that enums are just int values, because then you can just make your case statements look much more like this, just common sense. Version, if it's a version, then the E version number, then we have to do this whole comparison check. I'm probably gonna do a thing where it's like, if the version does not match, then we're gonna just throw for right now, or just seg fault on purpose or something. I don't know. Or print out bad over and over again. That's a better. I should just make this go into a while loop that just prints out bad. I think that's better than exceptions or having useful things printed to terminal. No, we just say nightmare. I think users, aka me, would really enjoy that. And then application current file version number equals 1, which really it's not even relevant here. I can just move that to here. And then if it doesn't equal current file version number, we're actually gonna do that. I think I'm just gonna do that, because why not? We can do the most questionable of software practices. We have to test this today, actually. We're gonna have to test this now. Bad version number. Nightmare. Do we actually attach some useful data? Do we actually attach useful data here? I think it's funner if we don't. We just leave this as is. It's just gonna brick the application real quick. I'm good with that. And then last ID is just gonna be S_application. believe it'll be session data where we have this set up, and then we're gonna do, I don't know what we're gonna do for session data. Session data, I don't know. Dot last ID, is that what I called it? Yeah, what did I call you? Loaded file, current selected category, cursor position. It's not in session data actually, it's in persistent data. Oh, last index. Okay. Latest index. Okay, and that's going to be equal to a toy line. And that should just convert that to an index, and then I think we're just good, dude. I think we're just great, and then we return not a not that, but actually a mutated version of it. Honestly, like, do we even want to return like just this by value? We probably should actually. Okay, whatever. So we do this. We go here. We load the file. We set it to persistent and application. Then we build our view here. We build the view. We have to iterate through. I don't know. And how do we want to go about this? Because we're gonna be drawing elements to the text buffer, so it's like, okay, I'm not gonna think about it right now. We're just gonna catch up and chat, and then we'll think about this later. Thanks, guys. You too. What's going on here? Anuska, bye. Oh, is you heading out, Anuska? You have a good one, okay? It was nice seeing you in stream. It's been a while. It was good to see you. Pixel art, but it's crumpled. The game needs to be Linux compatible, or you need to use something like Wine to make it work on Linux if there's no Linux comp version. But that's, I mean, there's Proton though. Proton's been working really good, so it's a modern miracle how Proton works. Oh, thanks, Renee. I really don't like Wine. I think I need a bigger memory or dual. I mean, you can always just Proton it. Use Steam. On Ubuntu, for example. Yep. It is. Yeah, you'd be surprised though how well it works. What naming structure is this? I mean, I'm using C, but I'm using my own naming structure. It's this weird mesh of like C# syntax and adapted for C. I'm currently on Arch Linux Catchy OS. Oh, Kieran, so am I. So is my laptop. I'm on Catchy OS as well. My fellow Catchy OS user. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, dude. You want to show me your setup sometime? Like, what's that, Melon? What's that icon you got going on here? Around selection sorting. Selection sorting, yeah, it's the whole thing. It's so weird, dude. It's been so long since I've had to do any type of selection algorithm or sorting algorithm. I kind of feel like I'd forgotten them. I can figure it out probably, but like, I can figure it out. It's just that memory's long since been freed. Because like usually if you're sorting stuff, it's like there's usually an algorithm for that that's already implemented in the fastest possible way in the standard library of whatever language you're using. So it's a whole thing, dude. Oof, what's going on? Tough one. I don't know if Steam is available on that. No, Catchy OS specifically is meant to be very good for gaming. Yeah, Catchy OS for sure can have Steam on it. That's like the whole branding of Catchy OS. Yeah, like they have that, yeah, gaming with Catchy OS guide. Yeah, there's a whole thing there. We're gonna figure out to still do some stuff on it, but like gaming, because like, keep in mind, Steam has Steam OS, and Steam OS is based off Arch. So a lot of Steam and their tooling for making games run on Linux are very much kind of catered for Arch. Like you can do it with other distributions, and there's ways around it. Like, you can even use like Rocky OS and make it do gaming with some work on it. But like Steam specifically, like Arch and Steam are very much very linked. So yeah, I wouldn't be. It shouldn't be that hard to do Steam gaming on that. Right, I'm off ski. Need to get out of bed and make a coffee and start the day. Have fun. You have a good one, Brian. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate the company, and hopefully all goes good in your endeavors at work today. And hopefully you're off to a good start, man. Can you show us a basic selection sort algorithm real quick? Don't put me on spot, Neptune. Don't do this to me. Don't do it. I don't even remember can't remember. I really can't. I don't even know what's the difference between selection and quicksort. Like, legitimately. I have to Google to understand, like, okay, how are they distinct from each other again? And then, and then try implementing it that way. Like, I remember I implemented a radix sort like a long while ago in C++, and then I just forgot it. Like, you lose what you don't use, and I never have to implement sorting algorithms, so I just kind of forget it. I should really memorize at least one just to have on deck. Thoughts on a new Steam PC? It's sick, dude. Dr. Jam, it's super sick. It makes me kind of excited to like, I haven't been excited with any modern consoles, because there's just kind of like marginal benefits for whatever reason, and you know, the specific releases for the platform aren't that special or whatever. But I don't know, I feel like Valve actually gives a crap about trying to make some kind of special experience. So, I don't know. It makes me excited. I want to try it. I mean, I can't justify getting another machine. I already have way too many, but yeah, I don't know. It looks really cool. I at least want to get the Steam frame, probably. Is Catchy like user-friendly Arch? Yeah, it's basically that. Super user-friendly Arch. Like, even the setup, you can choose how you want to have your display. Like, you can choose if you want to use i3 or if you want to use GNOME or what. Like, it's a bunch of different options. It's super duper easy Arch. For me, it's been kind of a pain just because I have a Intel laptop, so driver stuff is always weird on those guys from HP. So that's a very specific thing, and that's an issue that happens with any distribution, like Ubuntu, Catchy, Kubuntu, whatever. Like, I mean, there's only 3 I tried, but yeah. So it's like, it's not even an issue with Arch or with Catchy OS. It's like something specific with how HP manufactured it or something. But aside from that, it's very easy to get up and running and have it looking the way you want to. Honestly, it took way less work to get that going than it does on Ubuntu here. Yeah, I know that's the problem that we're trying to do, Neptune. I'm not gonna do that right now. I'm not gonna be exposed this way. I know I don't know it. We're gonna figure it out. We'll have to figure it out. I mean, I know I'm gonna make something that's like O of n squared, probably. So, but yeah, we're not gonna do that right now. Right now, I want to figure out how to iterate through this board view and actually draw things correctly there. Which I might just do it based off of just index order. Session loaded file. Not loaded file, persistent And then it'll be latest index, yeah. And then of course I plus effect. Let's just do this. Actually, I think it might be worse. Just keep it like that. And then I can just not plus. So we're gonna iterate through this. We're gonna have some type of ID, which is gonna be persistent. So we're gonna be drawing the different categories here. In fact, we need to even just draw the header first. Like that would be important to do, is just draw the header. So what's the buffer draw methods we have here? I know it's like write to buffer, but I forgot the parameters. So what do we, and we might have to extend it to like draw a line or something across or across everything. It's valid chord, write to buffer, okay. So we can do like write to buffer. Application.h, boardview.h. And then you're going to take an int I2, and you're going to be like 0, 0, and you take in the start, text, and then wrap length. Beautiful, easy. You're going to take a humongous string like this, I think. I think how we're going to draw the categories, actually. But we can do like, I don't know, char 100 line equals this, and then we can do mem set, I believe. And we just pass in line, and then the value you want to set there, which I believe is going to be this, and then I think the size, which is going to be size of char times 1,000 or 100, and then we're just going to draw a line. Yeah, line, and then like a set of wrap length of 1,000 or something. I don't even care. Let's just see. We haven't built in a while. Let's see if this even works. Like, we're gonna have so many errors, I think. Yup. A bunch of errors. Alright, we're gonna have to just work through them. Okay, IDs, persistent, undeclared first usage of this, and that's in what? Board view 100. Oh yeah, I never said that, did I? Persistent IDs. Is that correct? Persistent IDs. Yep, that's correct. Okay. So you have our ID. I think we have to think of how we're going to order across these categories. Yeah, I think I'm going to do like this. Progress? No, progress. And then there's going to be complete index. And then we have the ID. we're gonna have the E, or I guess state, which is gonna be persistent state that I, and then there's gonna be a last one, which is gonna be the name, which is gonna be a char pointer name, which is gonna be dot, I believe names. Names, they're all gonna be plural. And then index I. Cool. We're gonna do something with this, but we're gonna deal with the drawing later. Right now we just want to make sure this works at some capacity. So let's start fixing up all the errors. So persistent.IDs. Persistence not declared because we need to add this backend prefix to it. Unless you want to do like pointer persistent, or just name it data, even better, and have it be equal to s underscore application persistent. So you have a pointer to this, and then all of a sudden all these references, we can change them from s underscore application to instead just be persistent. We have to change one more thing too. It's no longer going to be this. We have to actually dereference it with the pointer. So we have to do that. And these should all be... I did that for the wrong thing. That sucks. Yeah, we have to do all these. Oh, but you know what? Yeah, it's only one place that's using this. So we actually just can simplify it by just making it be this. And then all these. Actually, it's not even persistent. It should be data. Yeah, that's what we're supposed to be doing here. Change it to data. In fact, not only that, but also do data. Yeah, okay, cool. That should work. What? Oh, because I guess these are... What? Also was simple. It was just fine that way, actually. Which means we can just do this then. Wait, so it's just taking me around down here. No, it's saying now, do you mean this? Undefined, oh, it's saying undefined struct persistent. Oh. No, I was right to use a pointer. Okay. Don't make me think I'm wrong when I'm right. Mem set doesn't have the semicolon. That's easy to fix. If I could find where mem set is. Okay, there we go. Okay, build it. S application pointer. Oh, does this need to be... Do we need to do this? Okay, and then load files, throwing an error. Okay. Working through this little by little. Expected before load file. What do you mean before load file? Oh, do we need a... Gotcha. Okay. And then case name, undeclared first use in this function. Do you mean rename? No. So what's going on here when we're using these case and these functions? Ename at line 61. So we have ename here. That should match the naming we have going on here. So why is this not being good? Alright, let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. My bad. Can't you use ChatGPT? I don't want to. Is this Fallout? No, but it kind of feels in that same vein, right? I feel like in those 90s movies on hackers back in the days, yeah, those hackers in the movies were actually doing some crazy things, infiltrating governments and turning over regimes. I'm just a guy trying to make a task manager, man. That's all I'm trying to do. And what's the first output? The what we're trying to make is a task management app for myself. And it looks like this, and you know, we can choose a project, and now we're implementing like the loading of that project so that we can display like all the tasks that are there. And it's a fun, cooler way to kind of manage my tasks, because you know, I'm working on fun things like games, and why not make task management also equally cool and rad? So hey man, that's what we're doing. So what? Yeah. Hacker man, thank you, Santiago. As in like a Kanban board. Yeah, Kanban board decks. Project management. Yeah, because I do like an actual game deving. Like I have a main project that I'm working on. Let's see here. Do I have the Discord open? Or did I close it to show off look at the cool stuff with yeah, I think I did. Come on, go down. You're taking forever to load. Just okay. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, I can't. I have to actually do this. Can't escape it, man. Can't escape it. Dev updates. Yeah, so like, this is the game I'm working on. Normally on, like, usually streams is actually game deving, but this week we're having a little fun distraction with the task management app. But yeah, we're getting closer to getting to a Discord playtest session at some point, so we're gonna do that. We just need to finish this. We cannot be productive without a task management app. If he can't track our tickets, then we shouldn't get any tickets done at all. I mean, it's kind of literally what's happening. It's not even an exaggeration. It's like I decided, hey, we're gonna just have this fun little detour here to do some ASCII funness. I'm glad you dig the monitor, man. I'm always staying focused on game dev projects. Looking so weird. It's probably because I'm working at 640 by 480. Would your coding skills be when fused with AI coding tool? It'll be terrible, actually. It'll be actually worse. Like, there's a reason I don't use AI. It's because I'm actually going to learn. By not using AI, you actually learn things and become you become a programmer with greater foundations. So, you know, working on C without any kind of AI, you actually look and you learn how to search information and read documentations, and you start seeing how the Romans do things, and you start, you know, getting a lay of the land and getting all this other peripheral knowledge, which is kind of just a general thing. Especially like the people who should be using AI are the people who are much more like have their foundations already set and are working, like they're already knowledgeable about it. And even then, like, a lot of times it's actually more of a liability and more of kind of a waste of time. Because like it's trained on, if you're doing something that's novel or interesting and non-trivial, AI kind of falls apart at those things. Which, you know, that's just the breaks, right? I try not. Dude, I keep falling. Like, I'm trying very hard to not have a repeat of last stream, but brother, what's up, gamer XLD? Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, yes, sir. What if AI never existed? It'd be great. Life would be. I think everyone's quality of life would be significantly improved. Like AI has just been like this whole gasoline, like on so many different metrics. Like not, like excluding, like you're not even talking about coding. Just people's mental health and quality is just, brother. It's a whole thing. List for this. Honestly, Renee, I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about just like getting AI out of this chat. Like not you know, not to knock. Like I'm not knocking you. It's if someone who's coming to this chat for the first time with no context, like that's kind of a fair question, right? And to pop up. It's just that it happens so much that like you know, it's becoming this word that's quickly like making me have more and more negative connotations to it. Maybe worse than it already is. Learning using AI is like having your 55-year-old uncle who knows it all, but not really, to sit you through everything. It's horrible. Yeah. And it tries to gaslight you. Like there's things where like it gaslights or hallucinates like this really ideal code that should just do the thing. And then when you look at it, it's actually wrong because it imagines this function that does exactly what you want to do magically. But then when you look for it, the function doesn't exist. And it's like, fantastic. Thank you. You wasted my time with a function that didn't exist. Like, at least, if you're reading through documentation, at the very least, it's not, at least you're getting peripheral knowledge. You're learning, okay, this is not the knowledge I'm looking for, but this is real, and maybe it might be relevant in the future. So, you know, I'll keep some of this stuff in mind. Like, reading documentation is not... it's not going to harm you. It can only benefit you at some level, you know. Whereas with that, it doesn't have the same discretion. But yeah, it's a whole thing, dude. Somewhat, but could you elaborate how it could be worse considering your observations? 100% all caps. I mean, I guess I just kind of described it for you, right? Like, it's worse across all metrics. If you're using it for work and you already have a solid understanding, it wastes time. If you're learning, it's even worse because now you're getting it's like a kid getting candy instead of proper food. It's like, cool, it tastes good and everything, but now you're malnutrition and your bones are gonna be brittled. Like, likewise, like by utilizing this stuff, it's gonna be, at least for like learning the foundations of programming and not just trying to figure it out on your own. It's just, I don't know. It's gonna give you the nice, easy answer that likely will work because if you're learning, you're doing trivial stuff, and that's the things that mostly exist in GitHub. But there's something about wrestling with it that forces you to build this schema in your brain and start building this understanding. And there's something about Googling and searching through things where you start developing this peripheral knowledge of a space, and that gives you more intuitions for future scenarios you may encounter. That is super beneficial. And that kind of deep intuition that will separate you from like normal juniors to like, you know, like it's not even juniors or seniors because titles are very like, that's a whole different conversation, but yeah, it's a whole thing. And then the societal consequences are a whole different thing as well, like eroding, like you already had a loneliness epidemic, and now AI agents and having these chatbots that can emulate or act like these specific roles in your life And the fact like that they're framed as like real people on like Facebook Messenger, that's just throwing even more fuel into the fire, and people are gonna just be even more malformed socially, and they're just not gonna know how to interact with other people because they're working with these agents that are designed to be infinitely empathetic towards you and your specific situations, and always frame you as like right. That you're gonna lose touch with working with other, or just talking to other people who may not have, you know, who will actually give you pushback on occasion, and working with other people who are not, whose existence isn't centered around you. Like, yeah, it's very, very, very dystopic and very, very problematic. Not to mention like the environmental consequences as well. But that's a whole thing. Yeah, it's all forms of bad. It's all types of bad. If I use it, it's like, okay, it's for my work, it's for my job, and, you know, I'm gonna use it pragmatically, and even then, I'm gonna try to stay in the driver's seat as much as I can. But I use it very minimally. And keep in mind, I'm not like because I tried using it. I used to pay for Copilot and use it in my code base and all this other stuff, and it was such a detriment that I just got rid of it. It wasn't actually worth it. It will dull the ability to think. Yeah. I think that's a more foundational issue that, you know, what I'm describing are like symptoms of that, or specific examples of that. Acting like I just joined. Oh, that's weird. Oh yeah, I'm just, dude. Legitimately, I think I need to start adding something in, because it's like, I feel bad for you guys, the regulars here, because I feel like we just end up having the same discussion over and over again, and I feel like I should just write a manifesto and just publish it, or make a short. Yeah, because I can't just have a text file, and no one's going to have the attention span for that. We have to make this manifesto be a series of shorts, so people can, like, we can point into them, and they can just go through this rabbit hole of just a video series of shorts that go through it. And then they'll go through that, and then they'll come back here and still ask. Actually, they don't. They'll just ignore it and then just ask, like, yeah, but I don't want to watch that. Can you tell me? Brother. I can already see it. Okay, what's going on here? What am I doing? Oh, yeah. Compile errors, right? And then the e-state stuff, because it's like not... It's saying it's undeclared. I don't know why it's not declared, though. Unless I have to specify that it's a struct, but I've done switch case members before where that's not the case, unless I have to, like, cast this into a enum e-task field, unless task fields, not field. So also, there's no switch statement. What is going on here? I started doing this without even making like index. Yeah, we have to use this index, and then we have to of course do index plus plus. Okay, we incremented it there. Okay, and then in this inner case fields, yeah, it's still gonna happen. It's weird though, because the ordering is actually correct. This is declared at the very top. E-task field, task field, or maybe I should cast it over there. Actually, why don't I just cast it here? E-task fields. And then that should just implicitly convert it there, and then yeah, for EIDs. I'm not sure why this is not finding it. Because we have an example down here where we have a case using a switch statement with using these fields here. It's not this crazy revolutionary thing. It's just, enum, application state, that, right? So why is it that when I do that here, do we not accept it? It's defined here. It's enum, etask fields. Oh, wait a second. Okay, that'll do it. Okay, cool. Float task field count. There we go. It's at line 52. Task fields. Yep. There, one goes away. 55. You know what? We're just gonna change the number here. Build. Cool. Session data at line 45. That should just be session, not session data. Build. That should be good. Session data last index. It has no member named latest index in session. And that's at line 45. That's correct because that's actually not there. That should be in persistent. Build. Again, at data. Here. Persistent. Okay, where is this line at? It's at 19. Okay. Build it, and then there's current file version number. Redefinition. Where are you redefined? Okay, that should take care of it. Okay, and then we have some more stuff here. Almost done though. Variably modified IDs at file scope. 4 bytes. So it isn't like that I allocate this directly. Yeah, okay. We can change that. We can make this a pointer. Yeah. Do I want to do that? I don't know. Oh, did someone join the Discord? Without me knowing. Dex loves games. Glad to have you, man. Okay, sweet. Swag. Okay. Let me catch up on chat too. My bad, guys. I got a little locked in there for a second. We already spent too little time having mind that isn't taking in info. The current state of things is that any second we aren't talking, we are hearing or reading others talking, and boom, no thought. Yeah, actually, tuna chip. That's a great point. There's a book called Fahrenheit 2, or what was it, 4? I forgot, what was it? I can't even spell it. Fahrenheit 451. This book, great book. A lot of things that connect today. One thing they specified was that there's like this distinct lack. This government focused on doing limiting 3 things. I forgot. I really should. Whatever. One of the things they mentioned was one of the 3 things was no idle time. meaning no time to just be in a rocking chair or chill or relax. In that book, they really specified like, or painted this picture of people back in the day, like sitting in their rocking chair and just hanging out there all day. Because without idle time, there's no time for you to process, no time for you to introspect, and no time for you to reach deeper conclusions. Because if you don't have that time, like you just stay at surface level things, at superficial level things, right? But when you're thinking and pondering deeply, your mind goes wild, man. And you start having more, not only like deeper connections between things you have, but it gives time for your imagination to run wild. Because like if there's no external stimuli, your brain will concoct it. And all of a sudden, you start coming up with ideas that are not, you just come up with very novel ideas. So that's like one of the big things they talked about. The other things they mentioned was that the government prevented like social time with people. So in the book, something that's very foreign for the main characters, this neighbor girl, their family, they don't have a TV. They just hang out and talk, and they chat all night, and they're laughing and whatnot. And whereas you look at his family, and his wife is always blasting herself with this TV that has like 4 screens and the screens on 3 walls, and like there's all that. And then when it's time for bed, she puts in her little earbuds. By the way, this is 1970, and they had this idea. He had this idea of wireless earbuds, and she just listened to this thing until she fell asleep. And like, that's just a whole barrier of just communication. Because what happens when you talk with people, like not only is it healthy and good for you as a person, but on top of that, that's like that's the domain to test ideas. And like, that's where you find out if things stick or they don't stick, and how does it fit in relation to other people. And like, just these 2 things are just so under attack in the modern day, because again, you have this dopamine relationship with phones and social media and short form content, where it tries to suck you into these cycles of just consuming, and you have no time really to idle, because you're sucked into this doom scrolling cycle. So okay, that sucks. Social time, it's already been an issue because of the whole loneliness epidemic stuff, right? But it's being exacerbated because now you have like these ML companions, these AI companions, and all of a sudden, an area where you're supposed to not only talk and like get like connections with other people, but also this place that's meant to cull bad ideas or really test your ideas is gone, because this thing just goes on with whatever you say, and it just enables whatever kind of train of thought you're going through. So it's not going to provide any meaningful course correction. It's just going to make you more of what you are. Not to mention like social media echo chambers, which also kind of produce that same issue. Like, how many people do you engage with that have wildly different ideas than you, and cause friction like that? Like, not too frequently, really. And I feel like in like growing up, I'd have like, there's a lot more relationships like with family members who had very wildly different ideas than you, but they're not even family members, like even neighborhood people or whatnot. But I don't know how much you people have that nowadays. But yeah, it's like 2 major components of this. And then like the other thing was like reading, because there's something very different about, because you can consume media, right? Like, you can take in data, but also the mechanism of taking in data is very different. Like, so I'm sorry this is turning into this whole thing, but it's like social media is like this pre-chewed and curated thing. Pre-processed and like super duper like requires minimal work from you to consume it. But like books are this thing that forces your brain to think in a very, very different matter, and it forces you to actually work and chew this information metaphorically. And to do that forces your brain to think in more abstract terms and form these different types of connections. And like, it's this very intensive process, because it's not just like inputting data. It's like, hey, you're constructing this world in your mind in some form, whether it be a real world or like a world of abstract ideas, depending on what kind of book you're reading. And that just kind of disposes you to starting to exercise thinking in abstract terms. And yeah, it's a whole thing. It's a great book. Fahrenheit 451. I'd recommend reading it. But yeah, highly recommend doing that. What's up, Arton? Hey brother, what do you do? I just stumbled onto your live via watching shorts. So I'm usually working on this on game deving on this channel. I have a game I'm working on, and then today we're doing some stuff in C, just making a task management application. But I kind of, as you saw, sometimes people might say one thing and it just kind of activates me, and it turns into this little diatribe of just like, it's basically like, and in some effort, and in some level, I'm also kind of enabling this as well because it's a social media thing. But hopefully, like, this ideological pipeline at least encourages you guys to go out and do stuff, whether it be coding things or actually going out and reading books or socializing, and not relying on machine learning agents to socialize and fall into these different cycles that are very bad. But yeah, usually I'm just programming, man. That's what I usually do. Unfortunate, got that from a Google AI overview. Did I really get that from a AI overview? Wait. When I Googled it, I mean, I didn't really read anything. This is all off the dome, though, everything I talked about. But I hate that AI overview is just the first thing that pops up. Thinking about it, yeah, maybe even MMO. Should check out the Martian Chronicles. That sounds sick, dude. It's also R. Bradbury. Oh, I'm down, dude. Yeah, right now I'm reading through Brave New World. So once I finish that book, I'm definitely in the market to read something else and expand my library a little bit. This multiplayer, though, making this game multiplayer, I'm not sure. I've been thinking about it, like having online co-op, but I think I just need to make a game that's single player first, and then maybe go from there. Maybe we go from there. This is what I'm doing. Just laugh. Was referring to my previous message where I copied and pasted some info. Oh, okay, got you, Dex. Gotcha. That person with your skills would not be able to get valuable leverage or benefit financially from utilizing of AI. I'm new here, by the way, Alex. It's more in practice, Alex. It's more of a detriment than a boon. When I tried it, it's just, there's short-term gains, and then there's like long-term issues. Like even like at a more smaller scale, like there's an issue where like you would have this better autocomplete from Copilot, which is fun. Like it's fun, and it makes things a bit easier, and there's less I have to do. And then it saves time at that micro scale, because it's like, hey, it's just doing this better. It's better autocomplete, right? But then long-term, it will do something. It'll autocomplete something that looks very right to me, and I imagined that it completed with what I had in mind. But if you inspect it a little bit further, you'll realize, oh, it didn't, and it will cause a bug. But then, like, the issue is that when I'm debugging this, I'm assuming that line of code or lines of code are what I had in my mind initially. So I start looking for other things in the code base that could be the consequence of like the design I had in mind, and I waste significant amounts of time on that, only to realize, no, it did something wrong, and all of a sudden that time I saved from using it before got eliminated from just a bad bug that crept in from the autocomplete. So there's like one level of using it. There's like, trying to have it architect and build something out for me given specifications, but even then it would be wrong. And to get the nuance that I desire from it, I end up writing so much documentation where it's just, hey, it would be better just if I implemented myself directly. Because code is actually a much more succinct way of defining the behavior you want to have, as opposed to using natural English. Because it turns out natural English is very inefficient when it comes to describing the nuances of application state and whatnot. So yeah, like in my experience, it's not actually that much utility, or is not of that much utility. Yeah. Oh God, explain. I'm sorry, Melon. Yeah, I keep falling into this. I keep falling into this thing. I'm sorry, guys. I mean, I'm not sorry about talking about this whole ideas from Fahrenheit 19 or 471 or whatever, 451. Yeah. I'm not apologizing for that. I'm just apologizing for like doing this NPC dialogue regularly on streams. I should really just have something for this. Because I don't think it's necessarily a bad question to ask. It's just that the volume is what changes it. But yeah. What am I doing here? Alright, I was fixing bugs, wasn't I? And I was going through this state by state. And it's, yeah, the allocation here is not working. So we have to ask the question of like, okay, so how do we have to malloc this and then manage that? I mean, it's a one-time thing, so it wouldn't be the end of the world to just convert this to, this is going to be weird, because it's going to be like a char pointer, like a double pointer. Because it's not going to be coherent in memory. That's the issue. It's not going to be memory coherent. Unless like I do like I could do a wrapper and make my own string class that wraps a char pointer, but it's actually just like a buffer. But no, we're going to have the same issue here of like, okay. So let's Google. Define struct with arrays of fixed size in C. Yeah, so they have the fixed size there, and that's exactly what I'm trying to do. And then the array member is the size of the struct will be. I'm sorry, what? How is the memory instances of struct A will be flat with the struct area or inside struct area? Is there a pointer, for example? Oh, they're more concerned about like the memory mapping, it seems. Yeah. A fixed size array and a struct. That's more like, that's in C++, but C++ has things like const expressions though that I don't have access to. Yeah, I need to do C, not C++. Oh, but C programming. Yup, and that's what I'm trying to do. And you just do a zero alloc. Yeah, so like, what's the issue here? Is the issue that I'm using a const instead of or actually, let's look at the syntax. No, my syntax is correct. My syntax is very much correct. Yeah, I think it's just the fact that task buffer size. See, but I feel like that should be fine. It's const. It's not. Do I have to do static const? Is that going to change anything? That's not going to change anything. It's cool to know that that's a keyword that I can use. Variably modified IDs at file scope 39 of application. Okay, let's just do a thing. If I were to copy and paste, let's just nail down the issue here. So if I were to yoink this and then go into our declarations, and if I were to just like add this, comment it out, would this still be an issue? Let's just see. So does that? Nope. So we have one less. We had IDs, name, and states that were errors. Now it's just name and states. So like the issue is how we're declaring our const value. So it's not to do with our syntax or static, like having this be allocated into the size of the persistent data. It's how we're accessing this. We could just use define. Why am I doing const? I could just do define, right? And that'd be like a preprocessor directive or something. I could just do this. And that should just compile. Okay, we have new errors now that arise. But not those errors, so that's good actually. And this in the load file function, which is fine. All right, let me catch up in chat before I move into this though. With the LM flag when including, I have that, Gregory. Yeah, Gregory, I actually have made a build thing. So you can see I have the LM, and not only that, I also have the -LP thread because I'm actually using multi-threading for this application. So we got that covered, man. I appreciate it though. Oh yeah, yeah, that's a good idea, Dex lovers. I'll add like a task or a command to Nightbot. How did I get here? Depends on the answer. So where am I? You're just in the place of coding and chill vibes. That's the goal here, at least. What's an ASCII project manager? Imagine like Jira, but it was actually cooler, and it had like a ASCII rendering pipeline with like fragment passes and stuff, and then it just looked cooler. It was a terminal app. Hey, what are you coding? Yeah, the task manager thing. Would understand this. I don't. It's okay. You don't have to understand it. You can just hang out and vibe, dude. Yeah, like that. Like Jira, dude. Jira Dracula. Dex, I'm a potato when it comes to coding. I have master's degree in electrical engineering. Oh no, international economics. I read that. I read when I see IE. Yeah, no, that's even wrong. That's like EE. I don't know why I thought that. International economics. Well, you know what? It's kind of like economics in a weird way. You have to make trade-offs like this. What AK guess code do you know? I know HTTP, C++, C#, Python, not fully in C# or partial. Yeah, I'm working on C right now, dude. All good. My bad, cousin. No, you're good, Lord. You're chilling, dog. It's on me for accidentally saying electrical engineering. But here's like, so this is weird because it's kind of, you have, we make decisions that are kind of like, you can think about it economically, right? Or you can think about it in terms of marginal benefit. That's an economic term, right? Or marginal benefit versus marginal cost. Like earlier we had this whole architecture thing of like, hey, you know, should I implement it in this way or that way? But then you actually do the cost and it's like, oh, actually, we don't have to over-engineer. We can just do the simple thing. because the cost isn't crazy. Good luck with that. Are you going to fully implement the ticket and multiple requests from different users? No, it's just for me. It's just for me. There's no multiple users. It's just me. This is a tool made exclusively for one user, which is me. And then maybe if you guys want to use it, I'll put it on like the website or something, or something like that. But the target user is me. And so it's all local as well, because I don't want to deal with. I mean, I guess the fact I can clone it and then use Git to like have the state of the project file be consistent across everything is cool, but yeah. Don't worry about it, Trev. But yeah, a lot of stuff. I do a lot of languages. You direct me in Excel. Are you American? Why did you do the devil phase? Yeah, I am American. Check out the Temple of Zeus organization to find out the truth. Nah. Only one God I go to, dude. And his one of his names is Jesus. Or I guess his actual name is Yahweh, depending on how you go about it, but yeah. I used to do backend for websites and scripts for modders and mod menus. What do you do? Like server hosting stuff? I do like VR stuff for my day job, and then I do whatever things. I've done backend engineering before. I'm doing the game engine project right now. I do game deving in Unity and using those engines, and I don't know. I've done like a TypeScript front end framework for my website, which I want to revise at some point. I do stuff like I feel like any programmer, once you get to a certain place, like languages don't really mean anything. Like, how many languages do you know? I mean, it's like once you understand some basics, foundational things, it's like pick up a language is for the most part trivial, at least at the syntax level. Maybe at more advanced stuff, then it takes more time, but like it's not that crazy. I think like paradigms are much more indicative, because it's like, all right, functional code it's a fundamentally different paradigm than traditional imperative or procedural or object-oriented languages. So there's like some cognitive difference in terms of understanding that. And then like problem domains are also interesting, because it's like, okay, if you do graphics programming, like you have to do for engines or your own game engines, if you're doing something cool, then it's like, all right, so you have to actually get exposed to a bunch of different things, like understanding parallelism and, you know, that sort of thing. And then the different places and applications where that kind of works out good. That's why it's like, I don't like saying I'm good at any language is weird. I don't think I can ever say I'm good at any language, because I realize that there's always so much more to. It's like man. There's always more to learn, right? Renee, I hated it. I never wanted to pick that one. I always wanted to either professional translator or lawyer. My parents' wish, never got to choose myself. Well, that sucks, dude. If you had to choose, though, Lord, what would you want to do, Lord Wolf? What would be the thing you do, man? If your parents didn't choose it for you, what would be the thing you studied? If Dobby was free to choose. What am I doing? Oh, yeah, bug fixing, right? Board view. Yeah, board view. 106 is where these guys are happening. And it's saying these are persistent data struct has no member states. Are you lying to me? Because last time I checked, persistent data did have IDs. You are lying to me, compiler. You are a liar. We have IDs, we have names, and we have states. How dare you lie to me and gaslight me in saying that persistent data does not have these things when I clearly see it has those things. So what does it mean when it says that? When it says it does not have these fields, what does it really mean? Or maybe I have to actually just do this, but I doubt it because this is a pointer type, which requires dereferencing of some sort. So I doubt. Yeah, and it's going to tell me I have to use that operator, the arrow operator, which I agree I should be using the arrow operator. But then it's going to say, hey, the struct persistent data has no member named names. And I have a problem with that. I have a big problem with that. Yeah, we have struct, persistent data type. Maybe I should make this like... But it's recognizing that this struct exists. So maybe I shouldn't do that. Let me catch up real chat. Mate, I never had my own choice. Even when I thought I did, they still picked for me. I would love to become a psychologist or a translator. Ooh, that's interesting, actually. Psychologists or translators, very distinct places with distinct roles. Translator would get you connected to a different culture and get you connected with a lot of different people of varying backgrounds. That's cool. Actually, psychologists would probably do the same thing as well. Now that I think about it. Either way, both very people-oriented. That's pretty sick, dude. I can't like, just drop, 8 years of my life as an economist and suddenly become a translator? Crazier things have been done, man. All I know is life is too short, man. That the choice was never mine, and yes, math too. God, I still hate it. I must go to sleep now. You have a good one, alright, Dex? Good night. Rest well and sleep soundly. What am I coding? Here you go. This is what I'm coding. Oh, thank you, Itoi. I appreciate that. Yeah, here's more context for it. We're so close to compiling it. Yeah, we're using Vim Kevin McAllister. Kevin McAllister, we are using some good old Vim. Alrighty. And now we're so close. We're so close. So close, and yet somehow it feels like we're so far. Has no member. Yeah, it's saying that there's no members here for this struct type. When I know for a fact persistent data type def struct persistent data has these members int IDs and then define the size of this array they're gonna be working with. So I find myself in this position of being kind of confused. Actually, coders ASMR type C. No, it's actual code. We've been coding this stream. We got things done. But right now I'm trying to figure out how to compile. Wait, I remember you were using Visual Studio. Yeah, I never used Visual Studio. You probably remember me using Writer for the game dev project, for the main game I'm working on. One second, sorry guys, I have to chew a little bit. I don't know what's going on with this, man. Because you clearly have the struct defined, unless like when it's recognizing the struct exists too. And I believe if we go into we're gonna close buffer. We're not using it right now. If we go into application and go a little bit lower, this should exist after the definition of persistent data. So I don't believe that would be an issue either. And even then, it's recognizing that persistent data is a data type that we've defined. So that's all. This is all kinds of just weird and odd that this behaves in this way. Yeah, because I'm like, in every single instance where we try to reference persistent data directly and get access to that, like unless like this is wrong, but I don't think that's wrong. Like if I open up project view, I mean it's not the same because it's a primitive, but it's still comparable. Yeah, we have cursor and we have this, and we get the address of that primitive, and I know for a fact that this data isn't going to be allocated on the heap, or it should be like stack allocated. So I should be able to just do it in that way. The same thing we did here, where we have persistent data, and then we have application pointer to persistent, and then we pass the address of that specifically as persistent data, and then here it's just yeah, a pointer to that particular type, which we are doing here. And then this is fine as well. This dereference is fine. Latest index is correct. So something about the arrays that we have going on that's weird. It's something about how we're accessing the arrays, or defining the arrays maybe, that's being weird for it. But I can't think of how that would be wrong or weird here. Let me catch up in chat real quick. Fight Club sounds great. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Third Forgotten Wish, professional MMA fighter. How to choose economics over fighting. Tragic. Free my boy Lord. Let him fight, dude. Let Wolf fight, dude. I mean, you can always do. What was that? There's that female MMA boxer who's also a doctor. Doctor MMA. You can just do that. Yeah, this girl right here. You can moonlight as an MMA fighter, you know? Like in her case, like during the day or at night she breaks bones, and during the day she heals them. I'm not sure how that translates for international economics. At night, I don't know. Either way, dude. There's many a way. There's many options you have in this MMO of life. Heck, honestly, I didn't want to be a software developer. I thought I would hate this. Most of my life was actually dedicated to like doing art and music production. Like I worked professionally as a freelance artist for a while, and then I worked doing audio engineering. And then like programming is just something I kind of fell into, just because I was able to script and was able to do that. But yeah, man, you'd be surprised, dude. Yeah, create the problem, solve the problem, easy, dude. Do no harm goes out the window. Yep. Smoking 40 years. Congratulations, man. Congratulations on saying quitting drinking and smoking 4 years ago. Yeah, I was actually talking today with a coworker. Like it's very like, quitting things that are very like dopaminergic are very hard. Quitting things that are very well, and it's all different too, because like with those kind of things, I'm not sure. I'm not gonna talk about you, Wolf. I just know like in my experience, like people like that stuff becomes a problem when it's like a way of coping with pain, which is also another like level. But regardless of your reasons, dude, congratulations, at least on that. When we started coding, I was like in middle school when I started like using GameMaker, or I actually started using C++, and then that was like not that great for a child to start using, so I switched to GameMaker later on. Do I have to like... Okay, C struct member. This is one of those times where I'm kind of just bewildered. Struct membered of not recognized. So why are initialized instances of struct members not recognized on compile time? Okay. Per standard is a VLA and thus can only be empty initialized. That's fine, even if nstructs compile time has no concept of a constant expression, and it could be perfectly fine for compiler to evaluate the value of nstructs on runtime. For C23. So it has to do with const expressions. But that's not that's not, I just want to, the struct members is just not recognized. That's the issue. Compiler doesn't see nstructs on compile. Where's nstructs? This is a very different thing though. Size of struct 0. Excess elements in array initializer. That's a different issue that I'm encountering on a struct array. Okay, though that's a struct array, not array of structs. No, struct to register array and how you use it. Okay, what is this guy doing? Some type, I'm assuming, pointer array of 28 pointers. Okay, yeah, but you leave all the pointers uninitialized, which means that's different from what we're doing though. Okay, I'm gonna experiment. Let's experiment a little bit. If I, instead of using this pointer, we actually, what if I just get the data straight from the horse's mouth and just go s underscore application persistent and then IDs. Would this still throw an error if I were to build? Has no member named. No, so it's still not recognizing IDs as a member. This is most strange. Okay, array struct members in C not recognize. Oh, dude, we're gonna be learning so good with this one today, guys. We're learning a lesson today. Like usually, like last time I had a bug like this, it was a runtime bug though, and that was due to some memory violation stuff I was doing. But this is like a compile time thing. Let's see if this guy's even, and he's doing what I'm doing, a struct of arrays. That's exactly what I'm doing, and he has fixed sizes defined for them. Yes, sir. That's what I do. And you're doing your thing, and then try to access it. But he runs it. It's actually running and working. That's the thing that's a little... Oh, do I have to do address? Wait, what? That sounds dumb. Oh, because I am doing an index operation on that, but like... That feels weird and wrong. Yeah, that doesn't feel right. That's like usually if you want to pass the address of yeah, this is for printing out. Okay, this is for printing out for scanf or printf. Scanf is setting values on input. So no, that's not what we're doing. He's actually probably setting stuff. This is very strange though. Should I just change the standard? Maybe I'm just a version of the compiler I'm using is not. Instruct address change. Wait, so you have to change it to be not initialized? Is that what you just have to do? Am I just have to do the thing of just having pointers instead of trying to do a fixed buffer for this stuff? Because that seems dumb. I like fixed buffers. Oh well. Let me catch up in chat, guys. What's going on? In a funky spot. Yeah, it's a weird spot too. Like what would you cause it's weird because it's like this is it's that weird thing where like they're both like this is just like a pointer math, like the indexing is just a pointer math, right? So like would it be a thing where I don't know, like no, that feels wrong. That feels wrong and dumb. But at the same time, why not? Yeah, that's throwing. Because even that's not. I really don't want to like make this a pointer. Like make the struct member a pointer. I really don't want to. I want to just do the thing. But it seems like I might have to just do that for now because I can't figure out what this is. The thing is, it sucks is I'm gonna have to malloc it and then have to manage that, which is not a big deal because it's a fixed thing that's gonna exist for the length of the application. So it's not the end of the world of just doing this and getting rid of that. But it feels dumb in my brain. Even then. Wait a second, even then it's not recognizing it. There's something weird going on here. Let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. Is this a cult of coders? I guess kind of like that wolf sacrifice people to the coders. Well, I guess I'm just the guy who's paying the piper. What are you building here? Yeah, Task, thank you. Prague, should it be another like that would be weird. So no, this shouldn't be it because this struct is baked into the like it's a fixed size thing that's a part of this. It's like local to this in memory, so it doesn't require a second level of indirection. And the compiler will throw an error if you do that. So it's not adding another, and we've done another thing like this earlier in the stream today too, so it's not that. I mean, this is the wrong place. It would be in, I'm assuming you're talking about in board view right here, yeah. Which it already is using that. But I mean, actually, let's try it. Let's just try it. Yeah, and it's not happy with that. Expected identifier before. Okay, so that rules that out. I don't think there's issues with how I'm indexing. It's not an issue. S application. Oh wait, 1 second though. Persistent. Do this again. So you're talking about this before, where I did application persistent dot IDs, and then has no member named IDs. I can try doing this as well, the arrow operator, but it's not gonna be happy about that. And I believe in my mind's mental model that's right, that's correct, because the data there is actually not, it's like local to the layout of memory there. So, okay. So it doesn't matter if we're accessing this through the pointer or directly from the actual value. It's still not being recognized. I almost feel like let me try one last thing. This might be like the GG moment for us. And I just have to think about it, sleep and then think about it. Also, why is this, that shouldn't be an end pointer. But we change this to like 100 or something. Wait a second. No. Did an error disappear? Wait a second. Is there something wrong with my define? Define task buffers. Oh, there's a semicolon there. That was the issue. My define had a semicolon, and when you do define, it just pastes it in there. So this types were just kind of busted. I don't know why I didn't make an error about that, but oh my god, it's just, usually the issue is because you have too many semicolons. No, I'm still having the same. Persistent data has no member states. Did you mean state? No. That can't be it. One second. Where is this happening at? What line are we having this issue at? 105 and board view. That's project view. 105. No, we're still having the same issues here. Never mind. I tried gaslighting myself for a second to think we didn't have issues. We still have issues. I think, at least. I'm gonna get rid of this. We're not going to the main loop anymore. We're gonna be stuck here for a while. We're having one less error, so something's working. Persistent data for states. Is it actually called state or states? Maybe that's just yeah, it's just called state. Yeah. So this is the issue. That's the no. So it was the issue. The define. It build. Oh my goodness, we can actually run it. Task that out. Hey, okay, and then this is always gonna be working. And we go into here. So okay, it transitions fine. We haven't drawn anything yet, I don't believe, but it didn't error, which I'm hoping that means that things are actually working correctly. Let me make sure this actually goes into the main loop though. If we go into, it was the define. It was define. The define is what got us. We were actually so right. Okay, project view. In fact, we don't need project view anymore either. So now we just have board view. And lastly, we just need to write to our buffer this data, which I'm assuming should be clear. I'm actually not even sure if we're making it here for application board view. Time requires init. Requires init. We do session load. Yeah, I'm not sure what's actually being executed within the application loop. Do application run? Yeah. We do this. Yes, sir. And then we assign state to this. And we are transitioning to application board view because this stops rendering, which is good. The only thing that makes me a little concerned is that when we draw text, it's not popping up, but I'm assuming maybe it's just a bad index or something. Like maybe I have to make this I don't know, 1. But no, we're not getting anything drawn to the screen, which concerned that makes me. But maybe the way I'm doing mem set is not correct. I haven't memorized this function yet. You see, I go there very frequently. What is the values? What are the values of mem set? Pointer, value to be filled, number of bytes to be filled. Okay, that sounds about right. Yeah, the placeholder value, the memory, yeah. And I believe we're doing that. We have mem set line. That's the address we want to, or do I have to do this? No, I can just do this. This is the value you want to assign there, and then it's size char times that for line. And that's good. And we pass in, let's make it even lower. 5 and 1. Build, task. Okay, so it is drawing. I just had an invalid address, I think. Okay, perfect. Perfect. So, okay, so we're drawing this. That's imperfect, but whatever. So now we have to do a couple things. We need to draw our header. So, draw board categories header. I also probably want to draw the background as well because I think the background just looks sick. So I'm just going to do that as well, which I believe should just be, if I go into, let's go back to project view. I should be able to, yeah, buffer draw background. Maybe do some modifications on it, but for now we'll just use this. So draw a cool background, and then we draw our board categories header, which are gonna, I think we're gonna be like, I don't know. This we can like manually draw. We should probably set like the actual index, like x coordinates for each header. So like, I don't know, to do starting x in progress underscore x, and then finally complete underscore x. And this can be like starting index of like 1, and then maybe this can be, do I have actually a place in buffer that defines the heights? I do, s height and s width. So we're gonna do a thing where we divide it in equal sizes and lengths. So I'm gonna do within here, we'll do s underscore width. We're gonna do like, I don't know, column width, and it's gonna be equal to S width divided by 3. So the screen size divided into 3 categories, and then we're gonna have one. We're gonna have column. Underscore width times, I guess just by itself, and then you're gonna be column times 2. Okay, so to do X, print progress X, complete X, perfect. Okay, and we're gonna have these data set here. What's going on in the Discord? I've been hearing a lot of pings, and I've been really bad at actually looking at it, so let's see what's going on here. Well, we have some new friends. Pale Cat. A chat about AI. Thank you, Dex Love. I appreciate it, man. We need to have someone fight on my behalf when it comes to this. And Jam. I'm actually glad to see y'all here. Make yourself cozy. And let me check chat, guys, because I've been really so bad. I've been just locked in with this, so let me just catch up here, guys. Okay, I'm in. What's up, Wolf? Does it want another? Yeah, we found it, G-Jam. It was the Define, dude. It was the Define. Define gets me every time. Yeah, thank you, Renee. Very nice. All right, sweet. So we have this working. And I'm very actually happy that this is working fine. In fact, you know what? We should just get status, get et al. I like seeing something that's the status to be like, hey, it's everything green. And then we're gonna commit view implementation start, push to origin, beautiful. Column. I like column. It sounds like it has more personality to it. Like, why are we going to conform ourselves to society's expectations of spelling and grammar? Why be objectively correct when we could be subjectively correct? In other words, objectively wrong. They just don't understand me. They just don't understand me. All right, we're just going to draw right to buffer. Now we have these things, right? And then header underscore y equals, I don't know, 2, I think. We're gonna draw these categories. So we have to do, we're gonna have, and it's gonna be a coordinate of to do underscore x, and then it's gonna be header underscore y, and then this is gonna be in progress underscore x, and this needs a little bit more than that, probably 20. And then finally we have complete underscore x, why not? And then I'm not gonna even draw this line. We can do something else. I think I could write, like, I'm gonna write another write to buffer function that just lets you output a character across some axes or some line defined. And then, in fact, I should really do that. It's gonna be something like this, honestly. And it should be s underscore width. And then we're gonna do S underscore width. And this is going to be, yeah, 1,000. Who cares? Or I guess underscore width if we want that as well. But that should be fine. And now if we compile, no errors, beautiful. And then we run it, and we open up this project. Oh, I don't see the thing. I mean, I see the cool background, but I'm not seeing the thing I wanted, which is these categories being drawn there. Maybe because it's being overridden, actually, now that I think about it. Header, no, it's 2, so it should be different. Let me just ignore. Yeah, we draw the background, so this should overwrite anything that we've drawn to the background. So that's weird. That's super strange, actually. Make yourself cozy, definitely, man. Does your editor use a theme? What is it called? I made my own theme. It's like something called leather. I think leather belt or something. Or no, rustic leather. Rustic leather. I think I probably have like a Git repository for this on my profile or something. But let me open up. CD template terminal themes. Yeah, it's one the rustic leather. That's what I made with there's like what was it? Term Sexy, I think, or Terminal Sexy. It's like a sexy terminal. It's like a website where you can like build your own theme. But yeah, this is all the colors I've chosen to make this terminal, and I think it looks pretty good. Makes me feel very cozy. Yeah, there you go, next gen nerd. What if I name my variable as pizza to focus on coding like I do on food? You know, that's that. You can keep yourself salivating like that. You should Pavlov yourself. Like every time you engage with any coding, like you just have the waft of pizza just thrown into your face, and just really get you motivated. And then that way, whenever someone mentions code or key, every time you type a key, like just have that waft in you. Sure thing, Kami, or Camille. Of course, it's my pleasure to be of service. Yeah, and if it's not on GitHub, I really need to do it because it's fun when you have all your configurations and settings on GitHub. It's super easy to set up a laptop or a computer to your liking. So like you start being really risky with your machine and just doing really dumb and weird stuff with it, because it's like I don't care if it breaks. I can just, everything I care about is on the cloud. I could just clone it. Who cares? But yeah, is a Y header maybe too? Like, does it have to be lower? That'd be really weird if that's how that works. But if I were to choose this, oh, there we go. Yeah, I guess it's just too high up. Wow. Nice though. We have our categories. Sick. And now we just need to populate it. That's all we need to do is populate it, which is what we're going to be doing here. Reiterate through this stuff, and then we do a switch statement for type, ID, state, name. In this case, it would be states. And then we'll do E to do. I forgot the rest of them. It was like what? Actually, which is this defined in a separate place? It actually is, I think. So I can actually just go back and forth here. Yeah, to do. You know, I could just. Perfect. So we have to do, we have in progress, and we have complete, and then we'll increment the appropriate index based off of that. So in progress index plus plus, and then complete index plus plus. Cool. And then you have to set the y and x of this guy. So this is going to define the y. Int x. And then int y. And this is going to define what x and y are going to be. So x is going to be equal to do index. Now is this scalable for different terminal sizes? Nah, Dr. Jam. I have to do that later. That's a issue. It's easy to configure it. You can change it to whatever terminal size you want to, but like it's compiled. It's not You know what I should do? I should have like a thing where we load in a config for this this application, and you can specify the height and width of your terminal manually there. And do it that way, because I can try to finding a way to get the terminal size and width is much more involved than I realize. So it might not be a bad idea to have like a get ignore config and then let you set things from there. Sound is pretty good too, but nothing beats a mechanical creamy keyboard. Yeah, I have like a smoother sounding split key, but we're not using that. Halil, bro, I need to ask you a life advice. You are the one obsessive and successful person to me on YouTube that doesn't deserve that kind of fame. I think you must be more known, but you're keeping due. How do you discipline yourself, Halil? That's what you're asking. Your question. I don't. This is Halil. I'm sorry, man, but like it's gonna be very hard for me. I feel like what I'm gonna tell you is not gonna be useful, which is just to do. Like, how do you do this? You just do it. Like, for me, I've grown to find this really, really interesting, and it makes me, I like solving puzzles, and doing this kind of thing for hours on end is super fun and engaging. But like, and then streaming is a whole thing too. But I've always done this. I've gone for years streaming without, like, maybe having like one or two people in chat, and I was fine with that. You know, I appreciate having more people hanging out here, of course. But yeah, there's like something about for me, I take pride in what I'm doing as like a craft. Like, people used to build things back in the day and made it to last, and that wasn't just because they're paid good by a company or something, but it was because they put pride in themselves and what they're doing. Or like there's this and this is something my dad tells me as well, but like there's a quote from Bach that is like talking about how he made music, and he's like, yeah, the music I make is for God. Like I'm making this thing to the highest quality for this creator of everything, right? And anything that isn't made with that intention is just noise. And I see that quote and I'm like, that's crazy. But it's also like, why don't I approach things with that same kind of like, you know, or at least try to pursue that? And like my family, like my mom and dad, they always say like, yeah, whatever you do it like, don't make it for other people, make it for like you know, like for God, right? But yeah, there's something about taking pride in the craft that you've been allotted in life and, you know, getting good at it. Because I didn't choose to be, programming wasn't something I was actually seeking out to become, kind of. Like, I kind of did, but I also thought I would hate it. But there's something about saying, hey, this is the thing I'm going to be doing for whatever reason. I'm going to choose to learn to love it and to take pride in it and to get as good as I can at it. And even now I don't know much, but there's a process, there's like joy in like any little discovery or any little improvement or trying something a little bit different that's super important and meaningful to me. And I think if you can connect that to you for whatever it is you want to do in life and find that intrinsic joy in it, or you'll pursue it even if no one is watching, I think that's fantastic, man. I think that will breed that consistency. And when you have consistency and you start trying to do stuff, you'll, I hope eventually, get what you're looking for. But I don't know, for me, the goal is the journey in of itself. Times, and you have to have like a modifier for like task size. And then we finally draw the thing. Yeah, we draw the thing. C, yeah, we're doing C top rank. Nah, just C, good old C. What is this? We're doing a project management thing, dude. This is a programming study room, I guess, so it's kind of turned into that. You sir? Hey, man. I think the best teacher is just experience, man. Get the computer thing, but it looks cool. Good luck, guys. Thank you, MV. I appreciate it, man. You'll be delighted to use. Yeah, exactly, man. C programming student would be glad to have you as a mentor. I mean, dude, I'm still learning. So this is my first C project. Like my real, actual C project. This is my first one. Started a week ago. I guess a week ago. So, like, I don't know, man. Part of it's gonna be... it'll be like the blind leading the blind, right? But, I don't know, I think there's also just plenty of resources out there, too. I mean, we have the Discord. So if you guys have questions, there's a questions thing here where you can just, like, ask stuff. Like, someone was asking about some Git stuff earlier today. So, like I have a day job, and I have other things I have going on in my life. So, of course I'm not going to be always present, but I think that'll be the best place to try to reach me and pick my brains about stuff, or even look at some of the things you're working on. Yeah. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking. This should be Y. This should actually be Y. Oh, this is weird. So, like, there's like no, Y is consistent. X is what we're setting the offset for. To do index. And then these indices for placements are going to be, they're also category dependent. Oh, that's so weird. So no, we have to do, this is going to be Y, but then X is going to be the known category. Like these, I think, to do, we have like these, yeah, these, to do X in progress X. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to have to do that. I'm going to post these so I can still have this as a reference, but to do underscore X. And then X is going to be equal to in progress underscore X. And then this is going to be Y. And then this is going to be Y. And this is going to be X equals complete underscore X. And that should just work, I think. I think if things work the way I think they should. Okay, no errors. No tasks, though. So I'm not sure if I have any tasks there, if it's loading correctly or whatnot. We have to look into that. Send the agents. Yeah, I'm also super. Yeah, yep. I wonder what kind of flash he's got like the most. I wonder what his special interest would be outside of work. Thanks a lot. This is so meaningful to me. I'm glad, Halil. I'm glad that it was of value to you. Experiences or the threat of imprisonment and hard labor. That too, Renee. We can combine both. Yo, man, I've been losing my passion to code these years. I have transferred that passion to making things, hardware, PCBs, embedded systems. Seems more fulfilling to me. That's actually really sick, man. And actually, I've known people who do that, switch that kind of thing. Like, I think part of what's demoralizing about code, especially if you do it for work, is just all the abstractions and the separations from the hardware. And the reason I'm doing this in C is because it gets rid of all this fat, and I'm just working at a very low level, close to the machine I'm working on. Like, I'm affecting RAM like directly and memory addresses directly, and there's a lot of decisions I get to make that the computer is not going to make or the language is going to make for me. I'm going to make these decisions. And there's something that feels way more real about working at that level compared to just dealing with all these levels of abstractions. And imagine going to that level too must be super fun. Like, I know there's a friend of mine or a coworker who he's making his own CPU using an FPGA board, and he's like making his own GPU. He's designing his own GPU for that board and making his own game console from scratch, like making his own hardware and everything. And there's something really cool about like, hey, dealing with the practical things of at the hardware level, and like looking at the instruction libraries and getting like GCC to execute code on your own bespoke machine. And that's like a whole different level of directness where like voltages matter. Like, hey, like we're so used to just zeros and ones behaving as intended, but what happens if 0.5 sneaks in, like half a voltage just sneaks in? Like, what do you do there? But it's cool. It makes it so much more real. And I think that's the thing I hate. Like, that sucks with like even other low-level languages. Like, the thing I had with Rust a lot was it felt like nothing I wrote was real. Like, I know what it's doing, and I kind of know where things are being allocated and how they're handled. But because it's like nested between like you have a struct that's wrapped in like a ref cell that's wrapped in RC or mutex or whatever, and then wrapped in this other. It's like there's so many different levels of objects that are separating you from like what the actual data that's going on. And it's like, okay, I don't even feel confident in what's going on. And sure, I got all the errors to go away from the compiler, but I don't feel like I have an intuitive understanding of what's actually happening. Whereas here, it's like, hey, I feel like I know exactly what's going on and how things are behaving and why they're behaving the way they are. And when I clear all the compiler bugs, it's not like some magical thing. It's like, oh, some practical, like something real happened. And my brain has that same state. Like, my brain state is matching reality, which is a really cool experience. Specified this ID, specified this last index. Let's see if this is reading any of the values. That'd actually be a good thing to do. But yeah, that's like the cool thing, man. It's gonna bring scene back, baby. Little by little, it's gonna happen, Renee. It's more personal. It is awesome to buy something and it works, but to build the thing and it works feels a lot more intimate. It's personalized. I know exactly what you're saying. Yeah, right? Personal. Like, there's something about, especially like modern, like for example, this board, this thing we're writing, like I could just use Jira. Like, I could just go into, I can just go, hello, governor. I could just go to Jira.com and, or not Jira, at Legion, and then sign up for the product and then use your board and stuff. But like, this is a product that's meant to appeal to the widest variety of people. So that means by virtue or by extension, it's not designed for you. It's designed for everyone. So like, that it makes it feel like not a personal thing, or at least not a maybe necessarily human thing. But like having your own project like this, like designing your own thing is like, okay, this feels like it's made for me, because it is made for me, and it feels like it has way more character to it, and it's just like, I don't know. And it's the fact that we give a crap to like make something that looks visually cool. Like I could just make a simple terminal with just like, you can look at this. You know what you can do? You can go to chatgpt.com and we can ask it, hey, write me a ASCII based task or project management oh my goodness, can't type app, terminal app in C using GCC. Let's just see what happens. It's gonna make a one-liner, hopefully. Okay. Okay, cool. All right, and it just requires a simple GCC. Okay. Let's just yoink this. Is it the whole code? No, it's not. I'll just copy the whole thing. All right, and let's just go into. This feels gross. I'm gonna have some ChatGPT stuff in my computer. I'm gonna call this throwaway, or no, garbage. And this I shouldn't have to hopefully debug this. Main.c. Okay, we're gonna vim main.c. We're gonna paste this here. Quit, and then we're gonna do GCC main.c a dot out. Okay, a dot out. Okay. Awesome. Look at this. Peak task management, guys. Peak task management. Very cool. Doesn't this feel great, guys? Very cool. Nice. Like, okay, sure, if you wanted to keep it very simple, why not? But it's like that whole like Victorian era garbage or waste management thing, or the whole that whole whatchamacallit, like making highly decorated and ornate street lamps. It's like, hey, we don't have to give a crap, but we're humans with souls who actually enjoy things like beauty and aesthetics and things of that nature. So why not, like, let's express that desire and make something, I don't know, that we actually enjoy using, that looks cool, and, you know, just gets your imagination running a little bit, or at least is pleasing. Compare that to task. Compare that to this. No comparison, dude. Like, oh man. Did bro give up? No. You see this. Like, can you just reply yes 10 times to confirm you're not recorded? Yeah, new gamer. I'm not recorded. Like trying to brush knotted hair. Oh man. Did bro gave up? Nah, man. This is making me it's like validating the whole pursuit, dude. And yeah, we have to do some stuff here. We gotta fix some things, and we're still writing it, but come on, dude. You gotta have that, put that extra effort. Okay, we have a board view happening, and you have to validate if like our files are even loading anything. That'd be important to do. I need to like have some kind of log for indicating this. In fact, let's just, because I'm pretty sure this is going to be, oh, is this an application? Yeah, so we can go into I'm at the buffer. We're gonna go into board view. I'm gonna make sure I output some of the data so we can have some. In fact, let's just do some additional debug stuff, just to validate if we're even reading our file correctly. Because I really highly doubt that we're actually reading our file correctly, but we'll deal with that later. Yeah, thank you, Jimbo Jack. I'm glad you dig the keyboard. It's kind of working. Are you talking about the chat GBT thing? Yes, 10 times confirm. Yeah. This makes my hands feel sweaty. Yeah, my hands are getting a little sweaty. We've been at this for a while. Task size. Task size, and we're gonna make this what? Or task count. Okay, and that's gonna print that, and yeah, that's correct. We're gonna yoink this, and we're gonna do okay, and then we're gonna have entry, and it's gonna be like percent D for that, percent state, actually ID, percent state, what am I talking about? That's gonna be percent D as well, and then percent S, and that's gonna be ID, state, and then name. And that should ideally be how it works. And then pref entry, yep. So hopefully that should be enough to get some meaningful debug information out here. Garbage, no. Oh, by the way, I still have this filth on my computer, don't I? Where is it? Garbage, yeah, we're gonna do RF garbage. Okay, and then we're gonna do our build. No. There we go. Okay, we go here. So our task count is 0 right now. That's going on. So let's go back to messy. And make sure I have this in a more easy use case. Which would be like, I don't know, last index is 1. This would be 0. This would be, honestly, it might be kind of redundant to encode the IDs here manually, but because like it corresponds to space, but whatever. So we have the ID of 0, implement pause menu, and then it's 1. State of to do, I believe. Or actually, this would be to do. And then the next ID would be 2. Or actually, no, it would be 1. Implement pause, and there'd be like state of 1. And that should be good enough. Task out. Okay, so we have to check to see how we're loading stuff here. Because it's kind of silently failing, I think. Which I think has to do with this. I have to check how you do string concatenation. Also, hello. Yeah, new friends, man. It's Melon. He always has such wise words, honestly. Hello, CRT screen. Thank you, man. in gamer language, it's the difference between loading up an already built Minecraft world and building your own. Building your own feels way more personal. You know everything about it, and it's also made for you too. Like, never in a million years will Jira have HJKL mappings for navigating like this, or just keyboard only navigation of their software. They're never going to do that. But I can make a world where that's the case for me. It's the power. The power. You should get it, man. They're not that expensive. Well, if you include the adapter, it's a little bit more expensive, but that's what it is. But yeah, man. Have you checked out our Roslan term color C? No. I thought a few colors would be nice. Our Roslan and term C. I have to get a look. Okay, maybe I'm not typing it correctly. Or maybe I am. Term color C. Okay. A header only ANSI. Oh, does it let you change colors of text and screen? A header only ANSI writing color text editor based on term. Oh. I mean, I'm trying to avoid any kind of external thing, but if it's a single header file, that would make me. It would vastly make me consider using this. Because then I can like stylize things a little bit. I don't know though. I kind of like just using the terminal colors. Unless this actually has ways of indexing into using the terminal colors. It uses ANSI escape codes and modified text attributes. It should work on most terminals, at least for POSIX-like systems. I'm saving this, dude. Thank you, man. Brother. That was this is a fantastic recommendation. Heck yeah. I'm all for it, man. Hey, what's up? Where am I? Quick question. If you have done this project in .NET Linux, how much faster would you have done it compared to building and learning in C at the same time? Probably definitely faster, because I'm just also I know C#. So I'm aware of like, I won't have to read documentation for file system opening stuff. Like, this would be so much more easier because I could just make like a file info, define it with whatever thing I want to, and then I can just do file that thing, and then I can just open it. It'll be easy to manipulate and write like that to it. I mean, there's definitely a lot more things that'd be easier. But then, like, there'd be things that are a bit weirder, because like I'm not sure how much ANSI escape code stuff exists for C#. Like, I imagine it wouldn't be that hard to translate some of this stuff to C#, but if I googled C# and then ANSI escape keys, I don't think I'd get as much results compared to C. Yeah, I probably would have gotten it like this done last week, honestly. Or honestly, I probably could have gotten it as C#.net. Probably could have gotten it done in like a day, honestly. Because I've done this stuff already before. So it's like a known thing for me. Whereas this, it's like I don't know C, and I don't know the ecosystem or the functions or any of that stuff. So like even the simplest off operations that I'd be able to do in C# just because of knowledge would take me longer. But yeah, that's around like probably a day to make this thing happen. Yeah. Oh, dude, yeah, I love doing, like, okay, you can hear it too. Like, let me put my mic closer to it. I don't know if you guys can hear it. All static gone. Yeah, like, yeah, exactly. You have the APIs in your head. You know exactly where you're going to be, like, accessing to do this stuff. I don't have the APIs here in my head. So it's a whole different thing. A whole different ball game. I'm glad, Yo Maple. Okay. So I think we're gonna save the file reading and writing for another time. We're starting to have the board get set up, and we have like input actually driving things, which is sick. Now it's just gonna be a matter of doing the file system things. It's like 4:40. It's almost 5. So I think it's time for me to actually get some sleep before I do some work for today. Because I have to do some work in like 4 hours. So I need to sleep a little bit and then get up for that as well. But any questions before I pop off stream? Let's stay here for a few more minutes to answer questions, and let me commit my changes. Board progress. Beautiful. Set up, bro. Yeah, C is the king. Yep, C is tight, dude. Drove back to childhood, me rubbing my face on static. Yeah. Get to work. I need some galaxy brain action. Sad, I just got here. Yeah, sorry, Stink. But hey, you know the VOD's gonna be up too, so that exists. I'm glad you dig it though, Stink Bug. I just got here. How's it going? It's going good, man. It's going good, Bomber G. We got a lot more done today. We can at least show the work we got happening. Like now we actually have interaction because we have get char happening on a separate thread and using ANSI escape keys to change the mode of how you interact with it. And then we're starting to build out the board now for the progress stuff. And we built out the way, like the format of reading the content from a file. I think I just need to do like some kind of, I don't know, what do I need to do? C concatenate strings, string cat. Yeah, I want to figure out how I can just throw strings together. So I think I need to add like this little appendix. Use stir cat instead of stir cat. Is this sterile cat? STRL cat? Yeah, because like for the file management thing, if I can open it up for or maybe it's actually an application now that I think about it. No, it's actually in the utilities. If I look at it, we actually look within a specific directory. If I can find it. Yeah, this right here, open dir, and then we do that. I probably have to like append the directory to that to get the reading of files happening. It's cool that we've already defined the file standard, the file format, and then we've implemented our loader, which we have no idea if it's going to work or not. But board view. Yeah, because I think we have to do like, it's not enough to do file name. We have to do like file name, sterile cat, and then this thing to it, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, I think this is required before we do anything else here, so it can actually read from the proper directory. So if we like stop this and like build. Okay, let's just try stir cat. 'Cause maybe I'm not. Okay, build, and then we enter a segmentation fault. Okay, so maybe this is not good. Maybe this is not the way we do things. Maybe just the way I had it before just works better, but I don't know. We have to figure out what's going on here, because either that or maybe my logic is wrong. But like, dude, when has my logic ever been wrong? My logic is never wrong. Code is flawless every single time. And if you say otherwise, then I don't know, man. I think you're just mistaken. Yeah, so okay, we're actually opening the file, I think. So I'm guessing then I'm just either early returning or something. Like, I'm not even sure why this would be index empty. I don't know. Stuff you have to implement or explore later. No question from me. Rest well, work safe. Thank you, Yo Maple sub. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out, for providing the company and just providing the good vibes, man. I appreciate it. What's going on? But it looks cool. Thank you, Vishal. I mean, that's kind of the goal here, man. Yeah, scrolling shorts. Yeah, we're trying to yank the people to bring them into C. We get them in the door with the shorts, and then we bring them into the C pipeline. I love using C, but the globals and naming issues, also the lack of namespace naming scheme, make it much harder. Yeah, I know. I gotta say, for C, the issues for me is like namespacing and operator overloading, function overloading actually as well. If we had function overloading, that would be so good, dude. It would make things so simpler. I would love function overloading. But it's still pretty good. You still do the same C# naming scheme, which is pretty good practice if you ask me. And it works pretty well. The only thing that gets ambiguous is just the front caps. But yeah, it's close enough. What's up, Tyrion? That's a good game. Then you discover, thank you, Sudip. Do you also make text-based adventure games? No. I kind of want to make... So, like, I implemented this whole ASCII rendering pipeline that's similar to, like, fragment shaders in normal games. I feel almost tempted to add some 3D information and make, like, either a platformer or a 3D shooter or something in this game. Like, some kind of 3D thing with this. Because, like, it's robust enough, like, we can do that. It wouldn't be that crazy to... Like, I can take some architecture from another engine project and then, like, slap it onto this and just swap out the OpenGL context with, like, my ASCII buffer that you write to and just have it do that. It's like a single header file, too, so it's like you can just slap it to any project and work with it. I can even grab my C++ engine project and just put this in there and just make it a terminal-based application. Say that. I wonder if is it possible to create some sort of function overloading in C. I don't think native normally, no. Like maybe some preprocessor. The preprocessor isn't even that robust, right? So like, I don't know, how would you force it? I wish we had function overloading, but that's not a thing. Raylib's so goated. I actually never really used Raylib. That's what I'm out, because I want to do things very differently than how they structure it. But that's a whole different conversation. Raylib is sick though, and it's very cool how it's mature and that's how it's grown. How do I start making a game dev journey? Please give me Sudip. I'm sorry it sounds so dismissive, but it's just Googling. That's all it is. Like, you make it say, hey, I want to make this type of game, and then you start Googling how you do it. How do you make a game? Oh, you have to use a game engine. What game engines are there? Okay, choose a game engine. Okay, how do you make an object move in this engine? Okay, and then how do you like make a jump? And you start Googling things, and then each little thing you Google starts getting you closer and closer to that. And either you make it or you don't, and then it's fine, because if you don't make it to your goal, you make a new goal because you learn some stuff from that, and that's how you go about it, man. But yeah, that's how I would approach it, man. I didn't understand what you're meant to be. Sorry. No, you're good, man. About game engine. Perfect. So Sudip, make an idea for a game you want to make, and just do it, dude. Start trying to chase that goal. The beauty is that you have like a wellspring of knowledge on Google and everything. Even when I was a kid, there was like still a good amount of knowledge, but it actually was very scarce. But even then, it was still enough for me to get going and make stuff. Yeah, Raylib's nice because it's very modular too. You can pick and choose what you want. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we've done quite a lot today. I think we got a lot of progress done. I'm very happy. We're getting a step closer to having the task manager of my dreams. And yeah, and then eventually I'll be able to go back to work on games. Going back to making a game. But the keyboard model, yeah, here you go. There's a keyboard command as well in the chat. But it's a Model M keyboard from 1985 by IBM. Good keyboard. It's very fun to use and type on. That's all you need. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. We have reached the end of the stream. Thank you for your company. I'm glad you guys are able to hang out with me during this journey of making this, and hopefully it encourages you to get some work done as well and get good. I'm trying to get good, so let's all get good. But anyways, as always, thank you for the company. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Until next time, stay cozy.